Oh, okay. Good. Mm. All right. Fantastic. Gosh, welcome, empty audience. Welcome to the meeting of the Historic District Commission of Tuesday, June 21st, which, by the way, is the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. It's 5:01. And present live with us today are Val Oliver, myself, Ray Pohl, and Carrie Thornwell. And present with us on Zoom are Abby Camp. Abby, if you could just say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Very good. And Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thanks. Okay, so that's our list of panelists for tonight's game. Let's see. First order of business would be to have an approval of today's agenda. Would somebody care to do that for me?
Moved.
Very good. Thanks, Diane. On Diane's motion, Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Val?
Aye.
And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. So that motion carries. All right, we got an approved agenda. Do we have any commissioners' comments at this time?
You don't want to hear them.
Right. So does that mean you're not going to voice them at this time?
Correct.
Okay. I do want to hear those comments that I don't want to hear at some point. Any public comment? Well, there's nobody in the audience, so well.
Keep it down.
Yeah. That settles that. What does the thing that says discussion, what does that mean?
That's, I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Okay, anyway, so let's move right to signs, okay? Could you give us, one of you, could you give us the lowdown on the signs?
The sign council met to this morning.
Very
and
good.
Per their recommendations, number one, they would like to hold for more revisions.
Okay, can somebody move?
Motion to hold number one for revisions
I
for the
move.
sign council.
We got Val in there on that one. So Diane on Val's motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that was the first one. Second one?
It was approved with their conditions.
Okay, are there any?
moved.
Okay, but are there any others like that, or are they all going to be different?
The 3 through 6 are all straight up approvals.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so Diane, I'll take your motion on item number 2. So on Diane's motion, Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that was number 2, and it sounds like 3 through 6 are just approved straight up. All right.
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion for 3 through 6, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Great. And I'm in favor. There go the signs. Now, we have 7 consent items. Let's see. Val needs to sit off of this. I don't believe anyone else does. So, Carrie, can you sit on in on this one?
I would like to ask a question. Can I do that?
Of course you can.
Okay, it's just a matter of semantics, I guess. On the 7th one is the town of Nantucket, which is Low Beach Road, which must be the Coast Guard station.
Mm-hmm.
But it's in there as Charlie Gibson without saying he's from the police department or anything, is the agent. He
He's
doesn't.
also a What do you call
Coast
that?
Guard?
No.
He's a certified owner's project manager.
That.
There you go.
Is that what you're going to say, Bill?
Of course.
They
He's
come
a
in front
what?
of, they come in front of the capital program committee with these things. So I happen to know. He's a project manager for
Okay.
certain
Well,
projects.
that does make sense. So he's
Okay,
the
that's,
agent.
I just wondered what he was doing there.
Yeah. So are we okay to approve the consent?
Approve 1 through 7 on the consents.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Consent with conditions, 3 items. Everybody can sit on this one.
Motion to approve is proposed.
There we are. Okay. That was Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
I'm holding mine till Thursday.
Jeepers creepers. This is like the 20th time you've
I know, I
held
have to be
You have
fortunate.
this. Okay, but it's got to be highly controversial. I can't really remember what was going on. But so can some of the voting board members who are listed on here make a motion for hold this till Thursday, right?
I will make a motion to hold 5 Cudweed until Thursday.
That sounds great. Thanks, Diane. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, so that's Thursday. And now we have, Carrie, are you representing this new business item?
Yes,
Oh, this,
this was the roof color last week.
Right.
It came up this Thursday.
yes. Okay, so what did you discover?
That
Oh,
they
can I,
get-
sorry. We do have a sitting board on this, right?
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
have a quorum on Thursday, that's why.
Okay, so do we know who the sitting board was? Just so that we can be proper. I for one remember that I sat on this discussion.
I remember sitting on it.
And I
Mr.
sat
Chair,
on it. I sat on
Mr.
it.
Chair,
Yeah,
the names I have for it, and I might be wrong, are you, Diane, Val, and Steve.
I think I was on it.
okay. Ray, Diane, Val, and Stephen.
Yes, that's what I have.
Okay, so let's move forward with those 4 members. And what can you tell us about this, Carrie?
The
Lo-
last time we came, we were trying to go with colonial, I think, or colonial slate. And that's not an approval. Sorry, Georgetown Gray. And what I found out is we can get pewter gray now, and that is an approvable color in the
Oh.
ROH architectural.
Well,
And Holly's
Pewter.
going yes.
Pewter gray, which is GAF, isn't approvable in the OHD.
okay, so it sounds like the
Oh,
whatever
good.
controversy there was has disappeared. But was that you, Diane?
Yeah, I think that's a good color.
Okay. Should we just move this one?
Yeah, I
moved.
move-
All right. Stephen has moved to approve as revised. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And the chair is in favor. That motion carries.
Thank
All right. Man, we're cruising. My pen is getting warm from crossing out so many things. Okay, so we have Lindsay. Lindsay, approach the bench. You have me, Abby on Zoom. You have Stephen on Zoom, Diane on Zoom, and Val live. Okay, 76 Baxter. What do we have going on?
So originally, I think the board wanted the screening to be tighter to the pool and to shift the pool a little bit. So that is what we did. We put an arborvitae hedge,
Oh,
evergreen screening,
I do remember
kind of
this.
made its own little room.
Mhm.
Because before it was way out here. and we didn't
Exactly, and we
feel-
said we could
Right.
see right through it there. Yeah,
Motion
Okay.
to approve is submitted.
okay, thank you, Val. Let's see. On Val's motion, Stephen? 1, 2, 3.
I just want to get a clarification. The change is to add evergreen shrubs in the middle of the lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good with
The
it.
point, if you don't remember, the point was formerly Lindsay had them out at the road and we figured we could see through them because there was such a, you were close to them at the road. And if they're moved further away, obviously, you know, they appear denser. That was the rationale.
I think that is a sound rationale.
Okay. So is that an aye?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Diane?
Aye.
Great. Abby?
Okay, just two things. First of all, the perpetuity thing. And then secondly, that you do know that there are deer out in Sconset and they love arborvitae. So I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
know, Lindsay, if you're going to be screening in, and not screening, fencing in or doing some kind of stuff to keep them out of the yard. So
In the fall, we will. We'll just put up deer fence as we do.
So, hey, Stephen?
Yep.
Oh, actually, it wasn't Stephen that made the motion. It was you, right?
Nope.
Was it you?
I made a motion to approve, but Abby wants to add the in perpetuity.
I
thing.
think that
Yeah.
would be
Yeah.
wise. Are you okay with that?
Yeah,
Okay, so Val is actually amending her motion to include the language of that the pool will not be visible at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity. So on that revised motion, Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
great. Val on your motion,
aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thanks,
Thank you.
Lindsay. The next two are me and Lisa. Lisa just arrived, I think. So I'm gonna step away a moment. Thank you for whoever filled this out.
Oh, I can't hear Lisa.
Hi,
Hi. Oh,
can
there
you
you
hear
are.
me now?
Yep, I can.
So I was just gonna say, I think Val mullened into this because we lost John and we thought that I should just, and you were away last week, so I had Val mullen in. But anyway, this is an application for a garage guest house on Yale Point Road. It was submitted last time. There was a concern from the neighbor about an easement not shown properly on the site plan, so we resubmitted a site plan that included that. And then I believe Carrie had asked for some site sections to ensure that the visibility from Alliance Lane, which is basically the driveway to the lot behind, was what do I want to say? That the visibility of those garage doors was limited. I believe that's why she wanted it. I was not present.
Yep.
And then I think there were, I think those were the only, there were not a lot of, or any architectural concerns. So you should have in the packet some site sections from Mirka.
Okay. Is it just the landscaping or is it,
It's the building as well, Abby, because that was never approved.
okay. Did I hear somebody start to say something?
I will.
Okay,
I
thanks,
will.
Val.
I went out there today and this is going to simply just match and mimic the wall that they have with the house and the parking. I don't have any concerns.
I love that. And Diane,
No, I don't have any concerns either. I think it will be good.
and who else did we say was on this?
I'm on it. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, Mary. That's right. I forgot. You were the one that was concerned about.
Yeah, no, it answered my questions. Thanks for that. It's clearly appropriate.
And it has all the easement information on it, which I guess the neighborhood
The neighbor
concerns
wanted,
about.
yeah, to make sure that that was
Yeah.
shown.
Excellent. Stephen, are you on this one?
No, he's not,
He's not, okay.
Abby.
Actually, I think I am because I've taken John's spot according to what I
Yeah,
was told.
yeah, that's
But
you
I
can
have
take-
not, I have no concerns.
I didn't
Okay.
know I didn't know you could take his spot.
Yeah, I have a question. If Stephen has missed, even if you are taking John's spot, if you've missed meetings, I don't know that you can pick up. It might be something.
Unless I mull it in, but I
Yeah.
didn't see that I missed the last one.
Well, it's only been heard once and you weren't listening
Right.
to the minutes. So that's why I asked Val, because I didn't realize you
Yeah.
could become John.
Yeah, it's fine either way. I'm just,
Right, I
Yeah.
think because it's going in that direction, I think if it were going to be brought back for revisions, we'd want you to, it to be clearer, but.
Yeah.
Well, do I hear a motion then?
Might
Motion to approve.
I
Okay,
quickly ask that staff look into that so we get something definitive?
Yes, we should
Yeah.
know the legality of that.
yeah. because that's
CYOA.
up Again, or Stephen. Okay, so on Val's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
myself, I, and Val on your motion.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks, Lisa.
The sections are helpful. Okay.
Yep, very.
And I just need all the.
Thanks.
And I emailed them to you. You had them from a previous meeting, but I'm not sure.
You're asking me to do a lot tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just let the record reflect that Jesse is zooming in.
Oh, great.
Thanks.
Okay, Lisa.
Okay, this is 16 Easton Street, and I asked Carrie to mull into this one because we had lost John, and Stephen was already on it. So if you remember this project, the 3 front buildings closer to the road have been approved. The main house, you requested some revisions. So one of the revisions that was requested was to mimic some of the details on the old building. And so what we had proposed to do, well, let me start by a couple of things. We can go to the north elevation, the entry. So we simplified the stairs. We added a small but little single-story mast to the right that's meant to look like a little porch that was enclosed. Removed some of the shutters. We added some detail on the roof walk and on some of these railings that are from that historic building that was on the site. And I do have pictures in my file that I can go grab to show you that. There was a roof walk or roof deck that had this railing. We did shingled posts with shorter columns to add a little bit more shingle style detail. Again, we took out, I think, 2 feet in the width. We added, so on that's pretty much everything on that elevation other than minor chimney details. On the east elevation, we added a single-story mass to that elevation. Let's see, it looks like we extended the wing slightly on the right. Added the deck railing. And then on the back, which would be the south, we again changed the posts to be shingled walls with shorter posts. We added shingle posts and this other railing. We changed the windows on the right-hand side to mimic those on the left-hand side of the gable. That you see the single-story hipped roof mass that's you can see on the right-hand side. And the last elevation, the west, basically just shows the extension of that single-story mass that goes to the front, and we removed a dormer on that side. So I think that's everything. I think the renderings are helpful because I know some of the concerns are with the width of the building the good news about the Coast Guard is that there's tons of space on that side, which the renderings show that, so the building isn't, I don't think, gonna feel like it's right on top of the other structures. And now that we have a single-story mass on that side, and the fact that the site actually continues to widen, you know, because it's not that property line is diagonal, it just appears that there's a little bit more room there than if that was a straight property line and we were right up to the setback with that little hipped roof structure. But we did narrow it a bit.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Holly,
Thank you, Madam Chair. So HSAB took a look at their revisions, and can you scroll down to the pictures? Sorry. I wanted to put these up for context.
Great.
So HSAB took a look at not the revisions here before you, because we've just received those, but I want to give you the comments that they reviewed on the revised plans that they received for review on May 23rd. This is still a lot line to lot line, should be given more space on the west side to allow visual space between neighboring houses as viewed from the harbor. Creating a one-story additive mass on the west side would also accomplish this. When viewed on the floor plan, it is apparent that the curved friendship stairs project awkwardly from the building facade. They are too formal for the Brant Point neighborhood. A traditional central stair, excuse me, bless you, would be more appropriate. A more interesting front door would complement this style of house, such as a necklace style. The 5 gang windows on the cell should be split into 2 sets of windows. The south wall under the porch roof is nearly solid glazing. More shingled wall would be appropriate, and HSAB respectfully request revisions if the commission so inclined. I just want to remind the commission that this, the elevation of the new construction must conform to Chapter 11 of Resilient Nantucket as adopted by you all June of last year. Woohoo, a year. And provide an elevation certificate with the BFE and DFE. Just want to mention, since this proposal is bringing back the original 1880s driftwood gambrel that was demolished in 1953, just a couple of years shy before HDC was enacted, it would be nice to bring back those shingle style elements, especially with those gambrel pitches that are shown in the photo, just as an idea. Decorative elements on the ridge, the thick brick chimneys. Also another essential feature are the towers or half towers as partial bulges in the roof. If you go, actually, there might be the next photo down. Yeah, that's that element, pretty cool.
You mean the turret?
Yeah, the turret. It's pretty cool. Just it's a nice example of it. Natural to weather trim is appropriate for this style. Just wanted to mention also that the plans do call for SDL fenestration. And the front porch element that's proposed, if you can go back to the facade, is a little boxy. Maybe bring the crossbucks back as shown in that historic photo might be an idea to give it some character.
Which crossbuck? Sorry.
There's a crossbuck. I want to see it in the next photo. There's a crossbuck feature somewhere. I don't remember.
We have the original pictures we submitted. There were a lot more photos. There might be something in that.
I took those directly from NHA.
Yeah.
third story.
Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. So, great. So who would like to go first?
I'll go. Because
Oh,
I looked
Sherry,
at this
thank
quite
you.
I looked at it quite a lot to mull in recently. And what I'm looking at now, and the changes that were made since the previous, are, most of them are things that I was thinking should happen. Mostly on the south, I think, mimicking the picture window on the first floor was a really good idea. I think we see a lot of that down there, and those buildings are all tending to go away. So bringing some of that language back is good. The only thing that, I mean, I think everything that's been done is successful. The only thing I'm still sort of wondering about is the front portico thing. I don't even know what you call it. I think it lends to the verticality of that central entry. And I really do think a more subtle hipped porch roof, kind of like the one on the left, would help. And there could be a little deck above it, but I think bringing some of the railing down will help ground that main mass in the entry. I totally appreciate having gotten rid of the curved stair, because I think that was a little too much. Right now, that's about it. I also appreciate reducing the number of shutters and adding that little sunroom on the front. I think that kind of gives it a little playful asymmetry somehow, or it's not that it's symmetrical, but I think that's it. I think the chimneys are great on this one. I think they harken back to the original. I think the original building was kind of clunky, personally, and I don't think that turret was very successful, crammed in the corner. It was sort of like an afterthought. So I don't know if bringing one of those into this is I don't think there's a really appropriate place to do it. And I really like the railing detail. I think that's sort of the woodwork detail that can be the, visual different element on this building.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just to say that there is a picture of that detail on a lower deck on one of those photos that we originally submitted. I wish I think I left it on my desk. I had all intention of bringing it, but I don't think I did. Sorry.
I
thought
think
that's-
we did get them though.
I think so too.
We
I
did,
saw it
we
in
looked
one
at
of
them at the last time it was
Yeah.
heard, but that was a
Renditions.
while ago. so-
Madam Chair, through you,
Yes.
Lisa, do you remember which submission? We
It
have
would have been
multiple.
the first one, the first time it was heard, so I can
saying
tell you the date of that submission, because I have the minutes. The date was, May 10th is when it was heard.
Okay, well, I think that's good. Thank you, Carrie. Val,
I like a lot of the changes on this as well, the details. What I'm missing is the shingled posts and the curve, but I said that before, and I guess, but other than that, I'm glad there's additive massing now, and I think it's appropriate for the area.
okay, thank you, Val. Diane,
Yeah, I have been a supplement too.
Yeah,
Diane?
she's muted.
Oh, here I am. Sorry. I appreciate all the changes that have been made. I like the railing around the roof walk. And I think that's really good. I think that adds a great deal to the front of it. My only complaint is that, and I don't think it can be done, it would be to bring it in a foot or so on the left-hand side. But otherwise, I think that you've answered all the stuff we've required, and the removal of some of the windows and the shutters are good. So at the moment, I am good with it.
Thank you. If you go down one, Esmeralda,
It was on the left.
it was on the left side, tucked up
Roof walk.
above that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
right by that chimney. Oh,
I just went by, you just went by.
right
That
there,
one,
on the
on
left
the
side by the
left.
chimney.
That
Yeah.
portico.
these?
No, up
right
above.
on the roof on
car.
the left, the
There.
detail.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was where that
It's
came
kind
from.
of Chippendale-esque, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's some crossbucks in front of the car, under the portico,
Yeah,
whatever.
so we could,
Look
you know,
like a fence
we could
though.
maybe incorporate a little bit of both of them. I don't know.
There's another photo that shows the cross.
On the far right, yeah.
On the far right.
Problem is that, they don't meet.
There it is.
Okay.
With Virginia and Nantucket, they don't work well.
Diane, anything else?
No, I think that's it for the time being. I think that they've answered, Lisa has answered all our questions and
Yeah.
concerns.
Is it white? Is the trim
The
white?
trim is white.
Okay.
The whole Coast Guard building is white though, so it's completely appropriate.
Yeah, I think the ASHAP approved the white.
Okay, let's keep going on. Stephen,
Yeah, I was wondering if I was going to get a chance. Can we go to first set of elevations, please? Okay, so that's it. These are not, there's not a copy of these online, correct?
That is
Hello?
correct, through you.
Madam Chair, through you, that is correct. There is no copy online. We got these today.
Okay, thank you. The roof walk partitioning into thirds, I think is inappropriate. The proportion is too small. We typically don't do under an 8-foot section. I think the railings are appropriate. Can we go down to, I don't think it would hurt to have a crossbuck breaking up, especially a focal point, for instance. Go up one more elevation, please. Where there's a focal point over the front door. Nope, up. Yeah. So that might be considered. And could we go to the next set of elevations, please? No concerns here. Same concern on the roof walk. And I think from the water, this rail is going to be overwhelming, given the it's being on 3 levels. I also note that the original rail is wider set between the column, each of the balusters, the most vertical elements. It looks like it's probably an 11 or a 12-inch center. And these look to be more along the lines of a 6-inch center. So it gives a denser feeling. And next elevations, next one down, please. And on this one, that's the railings aren't oversaturated. The roof walk is, I think, appropriate width. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you, Stephen. So what I like about the old driftwood is its simplicity, the large amounts of roof that have no dormers and are just so simple. But I realize we have a new design here. But some of them you're carrying through, which I think is good. I kind of miss the arches that sort of ground the building. And I don't know if you can incorporate that in, because now it's a completely different design. Can we go to the front of the building for yeah, thank you. So on that far right sun porch, those look like awning windows, and they just suddenly look modern, and I'd like to see something more like a 6/1 there. And I think the shutters, is this where you said they were the mineral color blue?
She actually, now I understand, would like them darker, but she would prefer them black.
Oh, no.
No, okay. So
Wait,
right now they're mineral alloy.
right. I think that's a lighter application for Brant Point. Black and white goes too formal for me.
Okay.
But I do like the chimney new that, and so my only objections are those windows on the far right. I want those to look more historic. I want, I agree that the front door could have, what's it called, a bracelet window? or-
Necklace,
Necklace, okay.
right? Isn't it a necklace?
Yeah, but the only thing on the south elevation, which is facing the water, I believe. I think you're calling that south, yes. I think that round window is, it's sort of taking away from your design a bit. I
Okay.
think it's sort of bringing it down a notch. I think you've done such a good job and that just sort of, yeah. So those are my comments. What
Could
was-
could I ask Lisa a question? I didn't notice it before.
Go ahead,
Mhm.
Diane.
On over the main door, front
Mhm.
door. The French doors on either side of those shingles, are those not French doors? And why are they 4 over?
They were French doors, but we thought that it might be successful to make them look a little bit more like the window cut.
They're
So that they
weird.
read sort of like windows. I mean, you have to look at the site plan. This house is pretty far back. Because we had regular French doors there before, and in the first submission, which I think is right below that. And I think we felt like that they were pretty noticeable as doors, and that the changing of the light cut was sort of a successful way of masking it a little bit more. But we're open
Well-
to either.
My suggestion would go back to what you had there.
Okay,
That's all.
yeah.
Just a suggestion.
And I just wanted to add one more thing from myself that I think somebody mentioned, and I think it would really, really help, Lisa. On the shingled foundations, if they were flared, that would really ground this building.
I mean, not do corner boards and do a shingle flare?
No, so, no, well, sure.
Hmm.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying
Okay.
on the porches where you have the foundation columns, below
Yes.
the columns, if those
Got
were
it.
flared, I think that would really be a nice, especially with this gambrel roof. I think it would.
Yeah,
look
we can
nice.
certainly, we can look at that. Val, I think you had a question too?
I have a couple. One is the skirt under the building, is that natural to weather?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even talked about it. It could certainly be. I think
Not white.
no, it would not be painted.
And this is just a thought. What about if the railing was the blue of the shutters?
Hmm,
No,
hmm,
too weird.
Maybe too stand outish.
yeah.
Although the white will stand out, I just think it
At
would be
least it
too
looks- I think
unusual.
that-
So the brick is natural brick, and then what is the underneath part? It looks like it's gray.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Is
I
it
would
all
say that
gonna
we
be
would paint, we
gray?
would want to paint it, but it would probably be painted a gray. It'll be planted in front of, and again, you have to, if you look at some of the building is set so far back from the road. But I guess you're thinking more about the water side elevation. It'll
I
have.
wish it was gray and blue.
Well,
Whole thing.
maybe, I mean, if the whole thing were like a light blue, I mean, it would be, I mean, that would be the whole house that I could see doing that.
Yeah,
The
I think
railing.
she'd really like to stick with the white on the
Okay,
on the
All right,
building,
so-
and I think, behind the plant material, I think there's certainly discussion about not having that skirt be white.
okay, well, I think you have enough to go on, right, Lisa?
Yeah, I was sort of hoping I could get an approval through staff.
Looks like
but
you have there are a few more suggestions. I think it would be nice to see this. It's going to be an important building and it,
I understand. But
but
I don't feel like I have a real consensus on things that need to change. I know this, because everybody gave certain things.
okay, just
so-
one at a time, thanks. What do you need clarity on, Lisa?
Okay. Is the portico over the front door changing to a roof, or it seemed like most people were okay with it as a railing? Stephen mentioned putting the crossbuck in there.
I like it where it is.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I'm the only
I
person
like it
who
where
had
it
an
is.
issue.
Carrie, what do you think?
No, I'm okay keeping it the way it is.
And
Okay, I'm
Val,
fine. It doesn't have to.
Val, what do you think of the rickrack over the front door porch, the porch?
I don't mind it. I just wish something wasn't white, but it is. So.
Yeah.
And
Can I
that's a
make,
lot of-
ask one other thing? Or
Yes.
because it should go back to Hashab. They've asked for it, is that I think the windows at least on the front facing the streets should be TDLs, not SDLs.
I just thought because of how far it is from the road that you won't see it.
I agree with Lisa. I think given the distance from anything, the water and the street, I'm okay with it. The building's closer to the street, okay, but.
All right, but just on that far right-hand sun porch, I had mentioned that I would like to see the more historic windows.
Yep, I got that.
So I can, could someone make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to hold for slight revisions and to submit to Hashab.
Wonderful.
Okay, yeah, so I think, it would be
Oh, because
helpful.
they haven't seen this version, right?
No,
Right.
Sorry, okay, so on Diane's motion to hold and go back to HSAB, Diane, on your motion,
aye.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
This is for revisions?
Minor revisions is my understanding.
Yes, minor revisions.
Fenestration.
Aye.
and-
and I am an aye. Thank you, Lisa.
Seems like roof walk, sunroom, and French doors over the door. French doors over the front door.
I like the way you have it.
I did
Looks like
too, but I think
windows.
Diane, to
Yeah.
get Diane on board, I don't know.
Okay, thanks, everyone. So now, is Jason with us
I'm here.
on Zoom or live?
I'm on Zoom.
He's in a car.
Oh, there you are. Okay, great.
A car.
Let's
Mr. Chair?
see.
It's,
Yes,
Jesse, just in case, I believe I'm on this, just in case you
Underwater.
need me.
Jesse, you are on this. That's great. So, just for the record, Jesse Dutra is with us. So you're not on it. That's right. So the board is going to be myself, Abby, Stephen filling in for John, Diane, and Jesse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay. What can you tell us, Jason?
It's been so long, hard to remember, but I think we put the porch columns back as no one liked us removing them. And we changed the doors upstairs, the windows, or the doors upstairs to a window scenario again, but made them bigger double hung windows. And that's it. I think everything else was fine. Otherwise, we were fine with everything else.
Mr. Chair, I do have
Oh,
SAB
yes,
comments.
please. Sconset Advisory, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to make a comment that there was a concern about the age of the structure. I do believe it's a 1906 that has been modified. It was renovated in 2002. There is an HDC survey on file. Sconset took a look at these revisions on May 23rd. Their concerns: a window and door schedule would be helpful to determine the exact units being proposed, as the drafting inconsistencies are apparent among all the elevations. Need to know the exact door being proposed for the second floor deck. A 6-light French door is described but is drawn otherwise. On the west window, changes okay, and appreciate the return of the porch posts. From staff's perspective, the proposed door is inappropriate. It should be a 12 light with a kick panel, pane sizes to match the existing 4-light windows, or keep as it currently exists. Do appreciate and thank you for keeping the existing porch posts as the commission requested. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The last comment about keeping the existing porch post, maybe I'm looking at an outdated set because mine have the posts removed. Are they going back in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I should look at what's up on the screen because I think this might be antiquated. All right, yeah, so I think it is a little old. Yeah, March 25th. Yeah, okay, thanks. Thank you. Oh, yeah, they're back. So now the comment, Holly, was the door on the second floor, letting out onto that second floor deck. It's unclear as to what that is because it does look like a 6-light. Is that what it is, Jason?
It's on the
Uh-oh.
the window door schedule should be on the cover page with all the elevations drawn. And it's obscured by the porch rail, of course. So kick plate, for example, you would never see that. So I believe it's a, you have to, I don't have the plan in front of me, but it is on the schedule on the cover page. And before we had a double French door. He didn't like it, so we went back to the door window.
And it's not a, well, it's not a 6-light in the sense of the 6-light that I thought it was. Oh, yeah, now I'm getting it. All right. Okay, comments from the board.
What about HSAB? Oh, you said
We
them.
just had HSAB. Do you want it again?
No, I heard it. Sorry.
Oh, okay, all right.
Can we see the front door area? On that proposed east elevation, you have, why do we have those occasional windows that are 1/1s?
Is there something wrong with the drafting here? Because it's really, on my view of it, it's really wacky.
Oh, I think that's the computer because, or the
Yeah.
digital thing, because the
original. Sorry, Ray. Sorry.
well, I was just gonna say the print version of it is pretty clear.
So those are all 2/2s rather than 1/1.
Yeah, yes, Diane, on the paper copy, they are reading very clearly as 2/2, not 1/1.
Okay. Yeah, it's just it caught my eye and I wondered why.
Yeah, it looks strange there, yeah.
But I think they've successfully brought it down from overpowering building it was. I don't see anything how tall it is. Is it 21 feet?
Actually, yeah,
Great.
and the ridge is 23, 2 3/4. Yeah.
Okay, 23. I knew it was right in there. That I think it has improved it, at least for me, as far as fitting into Codfish Park. So I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Was that it, Diane?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Who's next?
I think I can go. I mean.
All right, thanks, Abby.
Well, thank you. So if I could just see the front elevation previous and the proposed together. Yeah, so I don't see a big change here. You brought the porch back from the previous, and the window arrangement up in the little dormer there is the same. So I'm okay with the changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with the changes. Are just out of curiosity. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Is there anything change? What's the changes on the balcony? I don't even notice what they are in the digital version.
You mean from existing to what is
Existing to
now?
proposed, yeah.
It does not appear to me,
Just the
looking
two
at the
over
existing
windows.
versus the proposed, that there's any change to the balcony.
The 2/2 windows are different.
Well, the windows, but like the actual balcony itself is the same.
No, there are no proposed changes to the balcony rail, walls or anything, to be clear.
Yeah, just the windows and doors beyond.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I realize I'm not on this, but I'd like to make a
Well,
comment.
actually, I thought you were. Are you not taking over John's spot?
Oh, I am on that. Okay. Yeah, can we
Yeah.
go to the site
Well, could
plan,
it-
please?
hang on, Stephen, just one moment. Abby, had you finished?
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
I
I'm
thought
Oh,
she
you did.
had.
You did finish. Okay, go ahead, Stephen.
I thought so based on the way conversation was opened up to the group.
Okay.
On the site plan, please, can we go to the images on the lower section? So these and the second image from the left and the third image from the left, can we zoom in a little bit on those? So these mini split line sets, I understand they're on the drawing as existing, but they're not in keeping with the guidelines of what's approvable. The dog legs on the image to the left, horizontal, and then the angled dog leg on the image to the right, the rightmost image shown, are problematic for sure. So I want to point that out. And I think it's appropriate to mention that even if they are existing, unless they were done with approval, with other work going on at the house, this might be the time to address that. As far as the fenestration, I have no concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Good point, Stephen. Let's see. We got everybody else. Yeah. So maybe we could move this one, but the approval would be conditional upon getting rid of those exterior lines or redoing them in such a way that's more palatable to the board.
the drawing of the elevations or the air conditioner thing.
I'm sorry, the air conditioning lines that Stephen pointed out, the exterior boxed lines that are going diagonally across that one facade.
Well, I think, Stephen, why don't you make the motion since that's your, I mean, we're all concerned about that too, but.
I'll make the motion the chair just made, what he just said. It can be approved subject to addressing the line sets so that
Okay.
they themselves can be approved.
That sounds fine. So,
May I?
oh, yes, Jason, go.
Well, Mike, can we come back in a separate application if necessary? I mean, that was there. It was there when it was there, and I took pictures of it. I drew them on the plans because they were there. I don't know if they're approved or not approved, but certainly it might be a problem if they're not approved. But is it something, I mean, we can do later if necessary?
Say that again?
They're existing.
Is
Well,
it something
it's
we can
great.
do later if necessary? I don't, we were not.
There's a
applying to
motion
those-
on the floor.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor, Jason. We want
And I'll
them
just-
to deal with them.
I'll just point out that this is new cedar, so it's not like it's
Well, I
been
know
there a
that.
while.
But I had nothing to do
Okay.
with it, so I don't know.
So
There.
let's go with this motion. So that was Stephen's motion, which is that we are about to approve the design as submitted conditional on the removal or relocation of, to our satisfaction, of the exterior air conditioning lines. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Well, I
Very
guess
good. Very good, thank you. Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so motion carries. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse. Jason.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Carrie's put out the rose trellis, but you just need to come back to us with something that we can, oh, he's gone. Okay. Oh, well. Okay, so now we're going to move along to Ben Norman's project. Oh, Abby, you're chairing this one.
Yeah.
That'll give me time to write down this conditional approval here.
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
did people, I could think it was on the view. Wait, Ben, are you here?
I'm digital.
There you
Yeah,
are.
I'm here.
Okay, we're both zooming.
Yeah, I was zooming around.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I submitted a couple pictures. Yeah, here they are. So I could kind of walk through these pictures real quick, and then we can kind of discuss the project again. So here we're looking at the backside of a reconstructed historic home on Center Street. And this is viewed actually from Cliff Road, but also very visible from the backyard of this project. And you can see this dormer or this roof walk actually has a big copper skirt for a lift on it. And if we can go to the next picture, this is actually taken from Center Street and also clearly visible from the backyard of my project. And you can see there's a hatch, whatever you want to call those tunnels up to the roof walk. It's shingled, not the most pretty looking thing. And the only reason I show you these, that these are, clearly visible from the property that we're working on, kind of, I don't want to say make it a perfect solution, but that there is some precedent in this area for these shafts to the roof walk. If we go to the next picture, this is great. So that gable end and chimney that's being worked on right now is my project at Winchester. So this would be the view from Center Street, and it's very minimal. If you're looking for it, you can find it, but for the common passerby, or it's not in your field of vision where our little skirted corner would be. And then if we go to the next page, next picture, this is taken from Cliff Road, going up the hill. So there again is our chimney that's being worked on. So you can imagine where we're proposing the roof walk. From this side, you will see an open legged roof walk, but as you probably don't remember, because I know you look at 100 applications a week, but we're proposing the skirted quadrant on the far end, close to the chimney. So yes, there is a visibility, but it's something you need to look for. I think hopefully these pictures can kind of illustrate that a little better for you all.
Thank you, Ben. Stephen, or did we have historic structures on this or no?
Madam Chair, no, but could you go up to that? Ben, thank you for the photos and the quick turnaround too. You did provide a view from Chester Street, Cliff Road?
Yep, that last picture, there it is, yep.
Yeah, it's right there, okay. So basically, from this, through you, Madam Chair, basically this is gonna be seen obliquely, and I just wanted to point that out to the commission. Just for the record, between 1794 and 1810, typical Nantucket. And no additional comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Stephen, would you like to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I don't have any concerns with this. The skirt is in a very limited portion at the rear of the structure, an oblique angle.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Diane. Diane, are you muted? Carrie.
There.
I'm okay with it also. I think the fact that you have to really look for it, that it's on one section, I'm convinced it's okay.
Right, okay, thank you, Carrie. Diane, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
No, I guess that it would be all right.
Okay,
I would approve it.
let me see if I got everybody. Let's see, that's Welsh, doing well, okay. I think that's it. So, and I'm okay with it as well. So do I hear a motion from this one?
Motion to approve
Thank you, Diane.
as submitted.
Okay, thank you. On Diane's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
I,
I'm an aye, and Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ben.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, now we're to new business.
Oh,
I need to recuse from this first one because this is an old and very dear client of mine that I did a house for. So Abby, can you chair this one?
yeah, I think it says I'm sharing. But
What?
anyway, yeah, let's go. Is Mr. Hernandez here?
Huh?
Now, this is Carrie Aikens, Sun Wind.
Oops, oh,
Is there anybody to rep?
That we're not, what, I thought we were on 328 Nantucket.
Huh? I don't need
28
money,
Nantucket.
It's not on the agenda. They haven't resubmitted yet.
Oh, okay. All right, so one more time. Is anybody from Sunwind on Zoom? Abby, I think
Make
you're
'em-
gonna need to hold this for rep, I think.
Okay,
Yeah,
do I
I
hear-
make a
do I hear
motion to
that
hold
motion?
representation.
Thank you, Diane. Oh, who the heck was on this? Stephen, were you on this?
It's new, right?
11 Washing is
Everybody's
new.
okay.
I'm an aye.
You're an aye. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
was Carrie on this?
yep, I,
Thank you, and I'm an aye. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay, so how about Mark, are you on? Or Doug? Anybody? 7 Sherburne?
Mark is coming in right now.
Make a
Wait,
motion.
Hang on. Mark is actually joining us. Let me know when he's on, okay?
Hello?
Mark?
Yes, here.
Oh, you're on. Okay, good.
Yep.
All right, so we're to you, 7 Sherburne. It looks like you got an addition reno going on.
That's correct. The bulk of the work, if we were to look at the elevations, it's a proposal for the removal of an existing garage quarters of sorts at the rear of the building that exists there today. We've drawn that, and there are some photos that illustrate the existing conditions, and then we have clouded or boxed out in red the proposal. That connector, I'll just highlight that connector sort of between this garage map and the original map is sort of pre-existing in some form with that second floor deck. We've actually reduced it slightly in this proposal. The height of the structure, assuming the question may come up, as proposed is 27 feet, 8 inches. All details and conditions otherwise to match the existing structure.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah,
What is the roof pitch on this?
it's like a 14 and 12.
Yeah, it's what's existing. The very original mass, and I believe we included some photographs in the original submittal, dates back, I believe, to about the 1920s.
Okay,
Yes.
And that sort of has established the pitch of this.
gotcha. Okay, I was wondering where that came from.
There it is.
Can we zoom in on that, please? I'm
Sure.
not seeing the same.
Too.
Oh, the face, gee.
That's quite an arrow.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
I just, that pitch, I'm not reconciling that with what's proposed.
I know, it looks like a 12 and 12 in that photograph.
Yeah,
Because it's narrow.
maybe a 12 and a half to be generous.
Yeah.
I think the intent, this house was significantly altered and renovated about 10 years back. We used those original drawings at that time. The intent is certainly to match that original pitch. Certainly no steeper. And frankly, if that results in some height reduction, that would be welcomed.
You know, Mark, I don't even think that bay that faces Sherburne, it looks like that anymore. If we have a contemporary photograph, I don't remember it being,
We do have photographs now, yeah.
it almost looks faceted in that old photograph.
I think the photographs are in the drawing package.
And for the record, that photo that's before you is from the 1989 surveys. So
Oh.
there's a chance that it does not look the same, but I do have some comments.
Yeah,
too.
okay. Hey, Mark, how about
Yeah.
we listen to HSAB and see what they have
Sure.
to say about it?
Sure.
Okay? Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on the HDC survey on file, this is a 1920 colonial revival wireless cottage, part of the Sherburne Bluffs, an early location for summer visitors and summer visitors' homes. HSAB took a look at the proposal on June 6th. They said the height of the addition is very close to that of the main house. A greater step down would be more appropriate. Dropping the plate a couple of feet would accomplish this and make possible a more appropriate setback dormer rather than a flush dormer. The main house fenestration is mostly single windows. The ganged windows in the addition do not relate well to those in the main house. The gable window facing east would be a single and the French doors separated. Staff comments, although this is a second floor addition, there is no differential in size and scale with the addition. But appreciate the windows staying 2/2s, however, too many ganged windows proposed. And those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Who would like to start on this one?
I could say some general things.
Very good. Thanks, Abby.
I feel that the pitch is awkward, especially where you have overlapping gables. If we could go to that, I think you just shoot the photograph over to the.
Those are existing, right?
Yep.
Can we look at with the two gables side by side?
Yeah,
Going-
those are
Yeah, that larger gable from going back from the front of the house is existing?
This is existing.
Yep.
Okay.
Our proposal is only within the red box.
Got it, okay. Okay, I think it's a little bit of, I like what your proposal, but I don't think it is as simple as the historic part, and I would, in general, I would say it should be simplified. I mean, it doesn't, I don't mean I don't like it. I like what you've drawn there, but I think it's overwhelming the historic structural. So that is my, in general, comment.
Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I agree with HSAB. That was my main concern, was that it doesn't appear as additive massing. It seems as though it's two houses connected by a bridge. So I think that it needs to pay homage to the structure that's there and I agree with all the other comments about less windows and more simple and all that.
Very good. Thanks, Val. Diane, you ready? Diane, you're muted yeah,
Damn it.
there you go.
I think that the addition is too big, as it was said. I agree with that. I think there are too many mulled windows. Everything is mulled in the whole thing. It needs to drop down. So it is below, I don't know, it needs to drop down quite a lot because it seems to me out of proportion with the three gables in a row and then that connector. It needs to come down and lose some footage there. I don't know what's up there in the second floor. I don't know. You've used what did you say? It was 14/12?
Our note's actually in the application, it's actually 15/12.
But I think the addition needs to be brought down and the windows unmulled. That's the simplest way to be it.
Okay,
Okay, that's it.
thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think that, given you guys the benefit of the doubt on the roof pitch, we could be just looking that at an oblique angle and it's throwing it off. It could very well be greater than a 12/12. Certainly on some of the roof pitches, it is. I know, Mark, I'm trying to reconcile. Do you have an image of the existing structure from the east?
Just the partial to the, if you zoom out a little bit, there are some photographs on the sheet. And I
View
believe-
1 and view 2.
pan up, maybe up to A21. Yeah, that's the photograph on the right of the existing condition slated for removal or proposed.
I think Mark's in front of it. There's some photos on the right there, right where Mark is.
Yep, let me.
No, I'm actually looking just for that full east elevation. Can't see it on Google, which, works to your favor if you can't see it from the road. But
it's hard to get back enough to capture that, I think. We did include photographs on the very first sheet of this package, the cover sheet. There are photos as well.
Well, I think, I think my primary comment is going to be that we do a view. I think secondary to that are some architectural comments because I'm not positive they're all based in a correct perception of what the structure looks like. But based on what's in front of us on the proposed east elevation, I think that you could benefit from the change of a roof pitch, which is not atypical with the structure. As you can see to the image to the right on the first story element, gable element that's being replaced, it has a much shallower pitch. So I think getting away from the effect of the multiple gables of the same height, basically, and the same pitch could be successful and certainly appropriate. On the north elevation, that pitch change may make that look more appropriate, or a change in fenestration somewhere along the lines, including at the gable. Yeah. And the north, the lower one, right? Yeah, that one. And on the west, perhaps the same. I get you're looking at asymmetrical symmetry here, just with respect to similarity of roof pitches, even though the masses on the looking at the west elevation are balanced. There is a sense of, this is a common language, which is the roof pitches. But I think it's the overall size is too much. And again, I'm basing this upon what's in front of me only versus having a view. So I'll reiterate, I'd like to do a view.
Okay.
Thank
thanks,
you,
Stephen.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Mark, I generally agree with what's been said. In particular, the idea of the dueling masses, the back mass rivaling the front mass, and then this sort of connector. That and the idea, I believe it was Abby's comment about sort of there's simplicity to the front piece that seems to be lacking in the back. But those basically agree with most of what my other board members have said and what was said at HSAB. Could we have a motion on this one, please?
Hold for review and hold for revisions.
Sounds good to me. Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
Oh, and did you want to have it go back to HSAB?
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
No, that's good. Okay, very good. Thank you on that motion. Stephen on Diane's motion?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark. Okay, Matthew. Maple Lane. Main dwelling. Carrie? Okay. Good with that, Matthew?
Sure, yeah.
Carrie sitting, okay.
Are we looking at the main house first, or?
Yeah, new main dwelling, yes.
Okay, I can start whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair. So you're familiar with Maple Lane. It's a new subdivision. I think the property's just been cleared. We've, the GIS map still shows it as one larger unsubdivided parcel, but we did highlight the parcel where this structure is located. So it's, I think it's the third lot in on your left. We've done one other structure in the subdivision. We're working on another one that's going to be coming before you, and we also assisted with one of the owners with moving the existing structure that's already on the property and moving it to the first lot on the right. So one of the goals here is that there's somewhat of a consistent architectural language in the subdivision, not so specific, but to have some level of consistency. And I think some of the other projects that have come before you that we haven't been involved with have a certain level of detail. And so we were just trying to follow suit and have some level of consistency when it comes to the detail. So I think probably maybe starting at the site plan. So what's before you today is specifically the main house. On the site plan, the footprint is highlighted in red. So that's your ground cover. There's a porch off the back and some porches off the front of the building and a breezeway that connects to a freestanding garage with some finished space above it. It's not a second dwelling, but it is some storage space. There's a pool directly behind the garage, and then behind that is a second dwelling, a really small cottage, which I think we're going to look at in a little bit. So as far as the overall composition is concerned, I think if we go to the next sheet, which is sheet A201, the south elevation is what faces the street. And so I think that top elevation, drawing one, is a great place to start. That's really what's going to be most visible from the street. Now, we've included the garage, even though it's a separate application technically. It is covered by that breezeway. Reason the breezeway exists is on the left side of the main dwelling. That is where the mudroom entry is. So we anticipate a lot of kids walking through there, outdoor foot wash, and then going right into the mudroom. So it is kind of a convenient, functional piece, if you will. The garage is immediately to the left. Again, that's not being reviewed at the moment. As far as the composition of the structure is concerned, again, we try to keep it fairly straightforward, establish a primary mass and some additive secondary masses. We did go with gable forward for the dormer to the left of the main primary mass, and then the one-story elements on the right are also gable forward. We thought it was important to try to add a little bit more detail. Some of the other structures on the development have fairly well articulated entry points, and we wanted to be consistent. So this also has a small gable over the front entrance. We are showing a cupola. I don't believe there's any other ones in the development. This one is functioning. It sits right over a stairwell in the middle of the house, so it will actually add some natural daylight to to that stairwell. I also think it complements the house and it supports its vernacular, if you will. We did put a vented cupola, if you will, on the garage, which is not before you at the moment. They kind of played nicely off each other in the 3D renderings, but we can get to that. I feel like it's a little too much. Beyond that, there are 2/2 windows. We have cottage corners. The trim color is white. And with that, I look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
I heard Stephen. Go ahead, Stephen.
I would say ABW, anything but white. And other than that, my first reaction, Matt, was that this is oversized. I was looking at the smaller drawings on the cover sheet. Sometimes I just kind of squint at something to get a better perspective. And looking at something from a distance also kind of gives you that sense of scale. But when you take a closer look at it, you note that the doors are 7/6. And you see that the porch element is tucked down at the 7/6 line. I think it's primarily your roof pitches that are creating a sense of, and that forward gable is the primary mass, that this is a large structure. But I think that it's actually appropriate as it is.
Okay. With the exception of the trim color, right?
Well, trim color, and I'm not at the point where I would say John McLaughlin's the cupola's got to take a hike, but
yeah,
one of them might have to.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Carrie.
I think the height is a bit much. I think the cupola is not appropriate in this area. It's a new sort of development neighborhood, and the cupola to me is very rural. And I just, the length of this, I think it just makes it read as more grand than it might need to be or want to be in this neighborhood. I think the garage, when you get to it, should come in, maybe even be attached with not a breezeway, because that, again, it reads more Eel Point than a small development neighborhood to me. But I think with just a roof pitch change, even to just a 10, to drop some of that height out of it would be a good thing. Because I think this neighborhood, I recall, I think Brooke had 1 or 2, and they were around the 26 foot, and this is at 28.7. So I just don't think we should creep up to a height like this in a tightly packed new neighborhood. But other than that, I think it's a great looking building. I think it just needs a little bit of massaging to be a little scaled down.
Okay. Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Diane.
I'll go.
All right, Diane, your turn.
The cupola, as Carrie mentioned, has got to go. Go. I'd like to see the garage brought up closer to the house. If it's for a garage, if it's just a storage place, no living, then I question the deck out on the second floor. It should be simpler than the main house, and I don't think it is. It gives me the impression as being maybe even a little busier. The major parts of the building I have, have no problem with. I just think that it needs to come down, so it's down in the 20 area, I'm trying to say, of height, and the garage should be made a lot simpler. Remove the deck, remove the cupola. I don't think it's the right place to have it. Thank you. That's
Thank you,
it.
Diane. That's great. Abby,
Yeah, so I agree with my colleagues about this building. I think in general, people like it and I like it too. You know, there are two schools on your way in to Rugged Road, and this reminds me of a school. It's got that sort of simple architecture, 2/2s. And I kind of like the cupola, although I'm worried about the height of this building in the neighborhood. And I'm worried about the size of this, project, because there are going to be 12 more of them. So I think that garage especially should be pared down, not, flick that cupola off the garage and pare down the left-hand side, make it really simple. So it's as simple as the building itself, because it's a really nice design. And I think if things are going to look like this I think there are 12 lots in the development.
I think that's accurate.
That's what I've heard. I think it could be really nice. I don't actually mind if it's white, because this is such a simple design. I think it's really working. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
okay, Abby,
Okay,
thank
can I
you.
just say one more thing? That when we get to the landscaping, the way there are so many black pitch pines and pines all over the place, I'd love to keep that environment natural around the houses as well. So that's
Okay.
a major, but thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much to add. I think my concerns have already been addressed, at least by one or more members. I would prefer it not to be white, just because of its size. And I would love to see the height come down to the point about Brooks projects, which are several feet lower than this. Other than that, it's an attractive building. And we did make a lot of, there were a lot of comments made about the garage, but that's actually kind of formally up for review, 2 items down from this. So can we have a motion on this one?
Motion to hold for revision?
Sounds good. Okay, so the motion is to hold for revisions. That was Carrie's motion. On Carrie's motion, Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
There we go. Abby?
I
Carrie on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Now we'll go to the second dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I could jump right in, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
If the board's ready. So again, you've got the orientation of the structure. It's located behind the main house and the garage. It is intended to align on a centerline axis with the pool. There is a landscape plan forthcoming. We actually just had a meeting today with the landscape designer, and not to reference the previous application, but Abby, I could certainly pass that on to them in terms of landscape feedback. As far as this structure is concerned, probably if we shift to sheet A204, drawing 3, again, I think the visibility of this structure is going to be pretty hard to see just in terms of where it's located, but assuming you might see some portions of it, the south elevation is what would face the pool. So all the roof pitches match the main house. It's 11. I know there's some discussion about trying to change that to a 10, 10 and a half, somewhere in that range to drop the height. The overall height of this structure is, I think it's 22.
23.7.
23.7, close, thank you. My eyes are shot. So we tried to keep it fairly simple. Obviously, we do have a concentration of French doors in the main living area. The idea being that this structure functions as basically a guest house, but also kind of a secondary pool house, if you will. So we anticipate those first floor doors being open quite a bit, again, overlooking the pool. But again, the visibility of this portion of the structure, I think, is fairly de minimis. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to begin?
I'll go. I
Thank
think
you,
I
Carrie.
think it works. I think that the house should go to a 10, and if that does, I think this should too. Hopefully that'll work.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thanks.
That's all.
That's it?
Yep,
Okay,
it's cute.
next.
I agree with Carrie.
Okay, good. Diane?
Me too. I agree with Carrie.
All right. That leaves you, Abby.
Yeah, could I just look at some of the other elevations that's front? I guess the front is the,
The south, drawing 3.
I know, it's a good looking building. I've got nothing except for maybe the rocket ship on the north, but.
On the north, because I was looking at the rocket ship on the east.
Yeah, it's the same rock. It's
Yeah.
ship. I don't know if that could be widened to just take the curse off that, but that's my only. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Abby. Yeah, the only real concern I have, and it won't really be remedied if you change the roof pitch, but is the verticality of the gable facing east and the verticality of the gable facing north. That's it.
If I could, Mr. Chair, too, just briefly talking about the size of the structure. These lots are all half acre, and
Yeah.
the ground cover ratio is 12.5%. So it's not enormous. So I feel like most people are going to be probably trying to utilize all of it. So, but we'll work to address those. And
Okay.
as far as
I
the,
mean, I haven't heard anything like severely negative on this at all. So,
in the interest of expediting, I know you have a very long agenda. I feel like I've gotten some feedback on the garage.
it's true. Yeah.
So if you
I
want,
mean, you kind of heard what, yeah.
if you want to hold it to track, I'll just.
That's great. So should we have motion to some revisions on the second dwelling, and B, have the garage to track? I don't know whether those need to be separate motions.
So
So, the other
Okay,
one.
so Diana said so moved. So we're looking for revisions on the guest house, and we'll just hold the garage to track, or actually, comments have been made on the garage, so if you care to make some revisions based on those comments, that would be fine too. So that is Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Quickly
Right.
for the dogs.
thank you. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Very good, and I'm in favor. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. All right, next up, Joseph Topham, 21 Union Street.
Mr. Chairman, did you say Jesse was here?
He is. Well, actually, I haven't checked recently, but he was here earlier. Jesse, are you around? Oh, he may
Or
have.
is Carrie on these automatically because of?
No, she's not on them automatically. She's on, we do at the moment have a full board. All the regular members are present. Why do you need a break?
No, I don't need a break, but I could go out and stop those dogs from barking. But maybe if there's a alternate that would like to come in, I'd like to. share.
Well, so again, I'm not sure about Jesse, but
I'm here. I'm not
Carrie
going
is
anywhere,
obviously
so,
here.
yeah. I'll sit in for you, Abby.
Thank you, Carrie.
Sure, come on, dude.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so
Great.
Abby, you're off, right? And
Okay.
Carrie's in? Okay,
Super.
so Mr. Topham is here to represent this. Val's back in, Abby's off. Okay, let's see what we got.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
This is 21 Union Street, and what we found when we were measuring the house is that the wall that runs parallel to Union Street to the east is starting to lean about 9 inches. What we were planning to do and are going to do on 3 of the walls is on the interior pour a 6-inch veneer of concrete, leave the existing stone in place. But as you can see, looking from the stoop to the bottom of the wall, is a gap about 9 inches. The other part is going on is that from cornerboard to cornerboard, east to north to south, there is a bow. Huh?
I hear him.
I hear him too. Does
Check.
Terry hear him?
Check.
Yeah. I think it's on.
I thought that one wasn't working.
I'm hearing him fine.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe.
That's all right. That's fine. So at the other part, you can see from cornerboard to cornerboard running north to south or along Union Street, the front of the building has started to bow as well. So we're feeling that there's some structural anomalies that are going to be found when we do some construction. We were going to pour the 6-inch wall on the inside, but we were estimated to be anywhere from 20 to 25,000 pounds put on that exterior stone wall, and we figured that that would fail. At the same time, when we were going to come in and do work, we had Bernie from Toscana come in, and he was nervous about the workers. So what we want to do is piece by piece is take down the wall, save the windows, have Toscana come in and do the excavation and all the support work around the south wall, the west wall, and the north wall, and then rebuild this front wall and put it back as best we can. There'll be probably an 8-inch wall on the inside, and then the stone veneer we'll try and put back almost in the same place.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I get it.
It's the same thing we did at 77, right, when I worked for you. We did it at 77 Main, we did it at 113 Main. But our goal is so when you drive by, you won't notice that this was not.
Yeah.
Because it's on the inside, right?
It's all on the inside,
no.
but that stone wall, right in that top picture of the east elevation, we feel that that wall, if we do any construction or anything, that's going to fall on the street.
Okay, so we can see it best if we go to the original photograph. Okay, so see this triangle right there?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about?
That's what you're talking about.
This wall is basically listing this way.
And it's pulling out the bottom plate of the 8x8. It's starting to bow the 8x8. That's how much its weight
So
is.
the wood frame portion is sort of pushing forward,
Correct.
or the masonry is moving backward.
Yes.
But in any case, you got like a differential that you can see with that shadow line, assuming that 4x4 is straight, like a plumb. Then that's the wall that you're trying to straighten up. Okay, got it. Okay, so Holly.
I'm going to start this off with saying veneer does not go with the architecture.
Sorry, wrong word, but you know.
Or preservation.
Bad.
Bad. Sorry. I'd be remiss if I didn't say anything, so. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, I do want to give props to your staff.
Gary Flynn.
Yes. Fantastic. This is going to be very helpful when we move to that section with our HDC surveys, with our future consultants. So thank you very, very much. Everything from HABs drawings to HDC survey that's on file to old building, excellent. So for the record, this is the Richard Lake Coleman House, a circa 1796 typical Nantucket. Again, 1796, over 250 years old. I think that's something to stress to under, that these structures have lasted that long, for a reason. This was also, Richard Lake Coleman was also the architect or designer, housewright, shipbuilder. They had many different names, who also built the 1800 house owned by the NHA. And in 1970, this house was restored by the Nantucket Historical Trust. If you all remember who is attributed to the Nantucket Historical Trust, but Mr. Walter Bonneke himself. HSAB took a look at the proposal on June 6th. On the front facade, the stone should be replaced in the same position as original. reuse existing windows and side basement access door, repair existing front stoop rather than rebuild from scratch to retain existing non-code railing height, and please box in utility boxes and meter. From staff's perspective, I may need a little bit of clarification from what you just said, but that 10-inch poured concrete wall should be done like the other walls, no veneer, no. The historic stone foundation is an important character defining feature and should be supported from within, no veneer. Appreciate reinforcing the existing stone foundation on the interior. I wish more people would propose this, and it would be better to retain the same for the facade wall, like on sheet S 1.1 in the packet. All existing fenestration should be retained and not replaced, and that should be verified. And then I had a question, will the front stoop be replaced as HSAB had mentioned?
The painter was there and it's pretty rotten, so I think we're gonna have to replace it, but we will build in like kind.
Like
Maybe not
kind.
like kind, but it will be identical.
Awesome. I would recommend that to be reflected on the plans. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I think this is a, what's the word I want to use? Good way to do it.
Appropriate?
That's not the word I was looking for.
Appropriate?
But appropriate. Thank you.
Appropriate treatment or
Yeah.
something like that? Is that
And
it?
sensitive.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Next.
I'll go. I do like the idea of really recording the existing wall as it looks, and don't let them clean it up to make it look brand new.
No,
Because
so-
even old
yeah.
stone, the way it's set, can look new and wrong.
Yeah, the thought was
so-
to photograph everyone and then number them.
Yeah.
And then set them off the side. And I know you don't like the word veneer, but with the
the concrete
new
inside.
concrete wall on the inside.
It is the
truly
veneer, it
becomes a
just
veneer.
happens to be
So
the authentic.
There's
stone.
veneer.
It is a-
There's
We want to do
veneers,
a
yeah.
preservation.
Yeah, good. I'm for it.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, you ready?
Yeah, Joe, I like the idea. I think it's appropriate. What am I missing though with the brick?
That was an older detail that I've done before, but it's all stone. It was just to show the concrete veneer on the interior, the support.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Yeah. In the interior, there is a brick wall, and that's what that was based off of.
Was that everyone, Mr. Chair?
No, Diane still needs to go.
So, Joe, I wondered how you described the veneer of the stones that are in the foundation now. Are you going to cut them, slice them?
So there is concrete in between each stone. So I think once we pull one, they're going to start to break free quite easily, and I don't think it's going to take a lot of work to break them apart and then set them aside. Like Holly was just saying, the house is over 200 years old, so
Right.
it's going to be quite easy. And that's why we're afraid if we do anything on the interior that this wall is going to fall down. So for everyone's safety, let's take it down, piece by piece, and then have Toscana come in, do the support work, because there are a couple beams that are undersized, and then make sure no one gets hurt, and then put this back together as you see it as it currently sits now.
So you'll have a photograph of the way the rocks are now
We'll photograph everything and then number them.
and put them back in the exact same way.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, because when the foundation went on my house, which is 1833, we used cement blocks with rods in it to keep that front foundation up because it was part that went. So I know how it works. I just would like to see it really with the rocks, granite, stones, whatever you want to call them, rather than sort of fake ones that don't have any particular thickness. And,
No, so, yeah, so not, sorry to interrupt you, but what we would do is every 3 feet is pour a concrete wall with masonry ties into the existing wall.
Yeah.
Once that cures, then go another 3 feet and slowly work your way around the house. If something happens, if we have something fall into something, we will immediately call the HCC and let you know that we had an issue on the north wall or south wall or something, but
right,
we know that this is going to be problematic.
right. Well, I hope it goes smoothly, and I think it's a solution to keep the old wall and keep the house too. So good luck, Joe. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I had one question.
Yeah, go ahead, Holly.
Through you, thank you. Joe, I just had a question.
Yes.
So is there proposed, I know Toscana does a lot of work, all sorts from start to finish. Are they gonna have to lift at all, or are they gonna be doing all the work from the inside?
All inside. We don't, all the
Thank you.
existing, there's a couple beams or some are rotten and you can
Yep.
see them over time.
Yep.
So we are either gonna put plates of steel and leave them in place. We don't want to remove anything. They're gonna do a restoration, it's more, but there are some, and I've done this when I worked for Ray,
Mhm.
is if we have to, we will leave the existing pieces in place, neither do steel or LVLs, but our intent is not to lift the house at all.
I just, thank you for that. One recommendation, there are some preservation-minded folks on this island who have been skilled in school to handle sill replacements and that alike.
I have some names, and Angus gave me the mason's name from that meeting we had.
Perfect,
I
awesome.
have that, and
Thank you.
I've given that to the contract.
Okay. So, Joe, it sounds like you have liftoff, just provided that you document photographically the existing conditions so that you're matching it up.
Should I share that with Holly before we start?
Probably. I mean, it would be wise. Yeah.
Come for a visit.
Okay. Can I have a motion on this, please?
Motion to approve
Okay.
as proposed with,
That comment, as well as for the plans to be indicated, the stoop was gonna be a light kind replacement.
Can you add that too?
Yeah.
So, motion to
With the
approve is
stoop-
proposed
Yeah.
with documentation to be provided to the staff at the HCC office, and to have, if the stoop is being rebuilt, it will be rebuilt in like kind.
that's my motion.
Okay, there's Val's motion. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
I think I heard an aye there. Diane? Diane? This goes, that's part of it too.
She's
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. And let's see, Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So Joe, you're off to the races. Thank you.
I saw your mom the other day. She looks great.
Oh, she's so great. She's wonderful.
I said it yesterday.
Okay, so Matthew, we have you back at 10 Starbuck.
Yeah, I think the shed's first.
It is.
It's a groundbreaking.
Here, let me
shed.
just, Abby, are you back or are you still out? Okay, why don't we just, we'll go with Carrie for time
Okay.
being. Yeah.
So this is just a 10 by 20 zoning shed, and that main house, if you look at the site plan, we actually did an addition to it probably about a year ago. We actually retained a lot of the original one-story elements of the house, but the addition was the section that's on the right. And this is just a storage shed. So try to match all the details to the main house, but I think the drawings speak for themselves. If you have any questions, I'm here for it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Nantucket Advisory took a look at this and they had no concerns.
Oh, there we go.
That was
Okay.
on June 6th.
Comments from the board?
I agree.
You agree?
I agree.
You good? Okay. Very good. Val's in. Let's see. Diane.
Yep, I'm in.
All right. Stephen.
No concerns.
All right. I think we can move it.
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Very good. Thank you. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, next up, new garage. Thank you. Do you hear that, Matthew?
I would think that they're submitted as part of the original application, but it's possible they're not. We did do a 3D rendering that showed, oh, there you go.
No, I know, but it's always good to see
There you go.
it in real life.
There you go. There it is.
Yeah. So that, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I could just give you some quick background. That center section where the front door is, that whole section that's one story to the right was all original. We did have the gable forward entry, but then the section to the left was an addition that the board had approved, like I said, about a year ago. So the proposed garage follows, basically matches all of those trim details, the flying rakes, the overhang, pretty much everything, so that's consistent. Again, so this proposal is for a garage with, that's the back of the house. It's a good shot. And so it's basically a garage, first floor, and then hopefully some office space on the second floor. And there are some, decent views off the back of the property and some peekaboo views off the front. And so again, with the structure, we wanted to complement the existing main house. And as such, all the details follow. You can shift, probably the most visible elevation is the north elevation, which is drawing 3. And that, I would say, faces Starbuck. It is set back a bit from the road, but I do think it probably would be visible. Where the north elevation is the most visible, we tried to have it, be not overly dramatic. We did debate whether or not we wanted to add a second floor deck facing north, because there are some nice views there, but we thought that it might make the building a bit too complicated. As far as the garage is concerned, the exterior stair, because we are so limited in terms of our allowable ground cover, that interior stair really sucks up a lot of usable storage space on the first floor. That's why we have the exterior stair. Again, we placed it in a way that we felt would be as minimally visible from Starbuck. The south elevation, there obviously is a deck. Because of that exterior stair and the railing detail, sometimes we'll do like a cut-in deck, but in this instance, we felt that it was more uniform to just stick with a straight-up rail system. Again, from the south, there is a great view. I think there's equally strong view on the north, but again, we didn't elect to do a cut-in deck because we just thought that the building might get too busy. So, and then if you scroll down, there's just we thought that this was helpful just to kind of show the overall composition of where the structures are placed and their relationship to one another. It's an odd shaped lot, so we wanted to kind of place the garage where we did so that you create essentially like a parking area and you see more of the front of the house. So I'll leave my comments at that. If there's any questions,
Okay.
here to answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. Nantucket Advisory.
Nantucket Advisory, yes, sir. So they said the drawings lack dimensions, deck info not provided on certificate, provide window schedule, manufacturer, et cetera, revise and resubmit. They said it doesn't meet the guidelines, not appropriate.
Okay, so they have a more substantive problem than just the lack of schedules and dimensions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to start?
Wait, but why, say that again, what they said? Why is it?
It's reading verbatim. They said drawings lack dimensions, deck info not provided on certificate, provide window schedule, manufacturer, et cetera, revise and resubmit.
There's a window schedule right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I could, Mr. Chair, there is a window door schedule.
It
usually
never
do that.
has sizes, it's just drawn.
Yeah.
It says what it is.
We can dimension the
Oh,
windows.
yeah, good point.
There are dimensions of obviously
The quarter
the
inch.
building footprint, so.
It sounds like they had some kind of issues that they didn't get into specifics on about its size or whatever.
No, but you said something they said was inappropriate.
Building.
They said they have got this little checkbox where they can say if it's incomplete, historical information, no concerns, recommend view. They checked off does not meet guidelines and not appropriate.
But what guidelines?
Well, how tall is it?
Is it the ratio thing?
It could be.
Yeah.
It's 19 feet tall.
No, it might not be that, it might be the.
What's that? Height to width ratio. thing.
Quadratic equation.
I'm sure that's what they're
It
after.
does seem tall on the ends. Can I go? Are we gonna discuss it or are we gonna just not?
No.
Cosmetic.
I think
I think the stair should be tucked within the deck area. I think extending it down just makes it seem so massive, and I'm not convinced that it won't be seen from Starbucks, but there's plenty of deck space to tuck it in there on that south elevation, so it really won't be seen. I do think the ends seem very tall. I think all the applied little roofs are conflicting. I mean, you've got them, I guess, yeah, they're different heights, the north, it just seems like there's too much going on. I don't, is there no ground cover to just actually do a shed mass on that north elevation to bring it down on the street side? You have no ground cover to,
Through you, Mr. Chair, but yes, that's correct. We've pretty much used every
sounds like
inch we can.
That's
And
a
they do need
shame.
storage. So.
yeah.
And it is only 19 feet 3. You can see it better than I can. So it is
Yeah.
fairly short.
But it's the proportion.
But it, yeah, the proportion's funny, but I really think that stair is just like massive. It reads massively if you can tuck it along the long side.
Because the deck is sizable.
hang on.
That's the other thing.
I'm gonna let you have your chance next.
Okay.
Let's make sure Carrie's finished.
Pretty much, I just wish we could clean up some of the different applied roofs, shed roofs. Maybe just get rid of it on the east. Just get rid of it.
Okay,
Sorry.
Carrie, thank you. Val?
I think the deck, maybe it's the deck width versus the building it seems large, even though it's probably not. It's just a scale proportion thing. I have nothing to add. Maybe just one door on the south, since the building's so small, it would
On the second
mitigate
floor.
the impact of that, yeah.
Maybe single windows in the gables would help.
Yeah,
Yep, that could help.
Okay.
nothing significant.
Okay. That was Val. Let's see. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I would like to see the garage simpler than what is proposed. It was very simple over on the building, on that elevation. I don't know how the width on the east elevation, the width of the deck coming out of the second floor is very wide, which makes the building look really big. Perhaps there's a way to bring that down if it's not a sitting deck, but just a staircase, then it would be better. Otherwise you have that dormer, that dormer. I think the stairs seem to be a problem that's making the building larger than it needs to be. So that's what I would propose to bring down, and perhaps bring the 2 windows in the west elevation down a little bit. If your floor is down at the height of the deck, those are up pretty high. The roof there. Just a suggestion, there's a lot of space between those windows and the window on the first floor, a lot of shingle space.
Yep.
That's all. Thank you.
19 feet. It's not very good for the first floor.
It's only 19
Thank-
square foot bigger than the
Thank
shed.
you, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can we focus on the south elevation? It's a small little garage. I think it's a little over fenestrated, but I think all of my comments are going to be based on or mitigated by the location and I think visibility. I think that with respect to the dormer, this looks appropriate. I think if you go to the west elevation, however, what's killing you there, Matt, is those overhangs on the dormer. I think more appropriately scale them back like the pent roof on the first floor to the left. And this has got a almost kind of an oriental look to it to me. It's those upper two. I think what might also work is to go with, as opposed to what seems to be rendered as a vertical board, maybe a tongue and groove on the stair, is to utilize like a 6-inch on center lattice or some other treatment. Even a more dense lattice would be, I think, appropriate. However, again, I think visibility is going to be pretty limited. Can we go to the next two down, please? Or up, sorry. Same on the garage, to the extent there's visibility on the vertical elements underneath the second floor porch. And that I will note that column on the garage east elevation to the left just seems a little oversized, that being directly under the leftmost portion of the second floor porch. And then to the left, please. Yeah, it's very charming. This is great elevation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen. I think you meant Asian, not Oriental.
Mhm.
Did I say Asian?
No, you
thought I
said
said Asian.
Oriental, which we
Oh, I'm
stopped
sorry.
using about 20 years ago. No, it's okay. It's okay.
I apologize if I offended anyone.
Describing a rug.
I know exactly what you meant, though. I just
I was-
had to rib you on that one. So I agree with everything, and I do think that the eave overhangs and the rake overhangs are sort of like exacerbating the condition. But so, how about some revisions on this one? Shall we?
We shall.
Does somebody want to move that one?
What is it called? So moved.
All right. So there's a motion on the table to hold for some revisions. On Carrie's motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good, Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Thank you. Matthew, we'll see you in a couple short minutes. Is anyone here for 52 Hooper Farm Road and 52R? I think these have been up a couple times.
No, they had the houses. This is the.
Okay, all right.
Abby is back.
So he's not here now? That's right, I sort of remember he. All right, so in the meantime, do we have anybody from Chip Webster's office to represent 21 South Water?
So do we just hold for representation?
Why don't I see what he says?
Okay.
You know, if he's not going to show up, then we'll have to hold it officially. But is there anybody here from Chip Webster's office?
I don't see anybody, Mr. Chair.
Well, then conveniently, Matthew.
Abby's back too.
Abby's back. Okay. Abby, just FYI, we're down to Matthew's project at 30 Orange Street. And Val is checking in to see whether we can get a representation for 52 and 52R, in which case we'll return to those. Go ahead, Matt.
All right, thank you,
And so Abby's back. You've heard that, I'm sure.
I did, yep.
30 Orange Street, new stoop, and
Okay.
roof walk revision. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
Chair. So this is an application to repair the roof walk and replace the front stoop. As far as the roof walk is concerned, we essentially tried to keep the original, or what is currently there, use that as a basis for our design and improve it where we could, specifically adding some very subtle detail around the perimeter edges of the structure. So this is not a significant departure from what is there now, but we feel that the existing execution of this roof walk is under detailed, if you will. So we tried to not reinvent the wheel here, but keep the essence or the spirit of that existing roof walk and just add some appropriate detail where we thought that it could use it. The other change before you is the front stoop. So currently the front stoop is a brick stoop with some wrought iron railings. There is historic photos that we've included. There's this building in particular has a long, interesting history, and it's gone through some fairly dramatic incarnations over the years. That's a great shot. Thank you, Ollie.
Wow. Is that what it looks like currently with the brick?
On the right, correct. So that is the existing condition. And I think that by all accounts, we feel that it just doesn't, it's never felt appropriate or conducive to the existing architectural style. And so what we try to do is not make such a significant departure. The building, the stoop footprint is generally the same dimension. We've eliminated the radius of the brick itself. But in every other instance, we actually spent a significant amount of time studying. Like we probably went through maybe like 3 or 4 versions or more of the front stoop, breaking it down into pieces and parts, basically the newel posts, the baluster, the turning of the rail, et cetera, et cetera. And this is where we landed. We felt that this was the most appropriate solution that supported the existing architectural detail on the front stoop itself, while not detracting too much from it. We had some larger scale columns. We had more detail at certain points, but we felt that the stoop and the railing system was starting to become the primary focus. And the intent here is specifically just to be a kind of a secondary player, if you will. But most importantly, have a stoop and rail system that we feel is more conducive to the existing structure. So there's probably a lot to pull apart there. I think the drawings, we've got a decent amount of detail down to really small levels there, probably maybe too much at this point, but we wanted to just express that we really have gotten this down to the eighth of an inch, if you will. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, but before we hear from the board, of course, we're going to hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, this is the 1827, 1833 5-bay Fredel with classical facade by one of my favorite Nantucket house wrights, John B. Nicholson. He built quite a bit. HSAB took a look at this on June 6th. Historical information on the existing brick stoop and iron railing should be provided before determining if changing to wood is historically appropriate. The roof walk railing should retain the original post-to-post railing style with projecting cap posts. Historical and existing photos need to be provided, and HSAB respectfully requests to see revisions. I echo that. I didn't see any photographs in this application, Matt. I don't know if they were submitted in a hard copy, but in the digital, there weren't any, and I know you guys are usually good about doing that.
Sure.
But I do agree with HSAB. When was the existing wrought iron railings installed? Again, this is, that's a colonial classical element. And I believe there was a colonial revival alteration at one particular point after it was constructed. Remember, this was an inn at one point, and that is a character defining feature. Existing steps are I think brick and flagstone. Is it?
That's correct. Yep.
And then I think also we're kind of, what's being remiss out of this is looking at the view. Historically the structure was moved back away from the road. And so now there's hedges along the front, as well as going up and kind of flanking the walkway to the doorway. So when you look down at it, you can't really see. Photographs would be very helpful because right now you really can't see that lovely curve of the wrought iron that you're missing. Also, I just wanted to, if you go back to that other comparison sheet, Adrian, that would be great. Thank you. I think this is good to really look at these classical elements, the and the fan light and the entablature over the doorway, it's kind of is mimicking with the existing stoop versus this very rigid, wooden structure. Nothing really against that, but you're kind of losing that, I guess, at that element of classical architecture. So those are my comments and HSAB's comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Matt, do you have any photos of the, like, historical photos?
We normally would submit historic or photos of the existing conditions. I'm surprised that they're not in the set. So
Yeah.
I would think that they would be, but if they're not here, they're not
Nantucket
here.
then and now, I bet you they got a rooftop shot of this guy. I'm positive.
Oh, and I will, you have submitted them, Matt's office has submitted because you came in for a like kind. And actually with that application is what helped me do my review too. That was a while ago, but there is a really great shot from the sky looking down on the structure and the roof and seeing the dormers and such. So, yeah, we do have photos on file, just not with this application.
Okay, well, those would be very helpful. Who wants to start? Abby, you're back now, right?
Yeah, if you want me, I'm available.
Yep. What do you think?
So I think, well, personally, I kind of like the proposed, but I don't know about the historic. I don't know about the legitimacy of changing it if it's historic iron. I'm trying to think, well, on Main Street, I guess we have some iron work and.
Oh, yeah, it's around. It's
Yeah.
not commonplace.
I just
but
would
it's
like to
around.
know if it was historic to this house. And as for the roof walk, I think the usual post to post spindles are better balustrade instead of the blocking it out.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Abby. Diane? Let's see. Diane, you're muted.
I think that it's hard to tell. Our eye picks up the white of the proposed stoop, and the existing stoop looks harsher, but that's lovely ironwork. And that particular bend at the end is very classical. And if this is, did we say, I didn't hear, trying to keep the dog quiet, how far back that existing stoop goes?
I can
What's the
try to
age?
answer that question. Oh, the age of the original
Yeah.
stoop?
Oh.
Sort of.
I'd say it's at least the 50s, but I can get you specific data on it. But it doesn't look as if it's dramatically older than that. And the wrought iron work, to some degree, I think that our renderings can make the existing condition look a little bit better than it actually is. I mean, the wrought iron work is not anything spectacular. If I had to guess its age, it's certainly not anything older than the 50s.
Oh, all right.
But as far as the stoop itself is concerned, I can get you specific data on it, but it's certainly not original. If you recall, the house has been picked up and moved and gone through some fairly dramatic historic incarnations. And so the stoop, there is no photographic evidence historically for this brick stoop. So we would have to kind of piece together and make an estimate.
Because the bricks that are showing in the stoop are going to be the same color bricks on the foundation, so it won't stick out so much. Actually, I like the proposed one better. I think it's in keeping with the sort of squareness of the house. I don't know. I would have to, maybe I would drive by it and see. I really think it fits in with what is there, the proposed stoop. And so that's what I would say at the moment. I think that
Okay.
it fits in with what is, what would look good. That's
All
what.
right. Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So from what I recalled, and then I went online to Google Drive and confirmed, can we go back to the proposed and existing? Essentially what you see of the existing is the handrail and the stair from the inside. This is shrouded by 8 or 9 foot tall evergreen shrubs that wrap around the brick of the porch area and the sides and almost really overcome the wrought iron. So basically you're just seeing the steps in the front door through a gate and then probably another 7 foot tall privet at the front. So I think a view would be helpful just for context. To me, it seems more appropriate, the wood, which is more ornamental and more in keeping with what's there architecturally otherwise, that is other than the front stoop, which is brick, seems appropriate. So I don't have a concern with it, but I do think a view would not, I think a view would be helpful.
Okay. Stephen, thank you. Val?
I like what Matt's proposing. I think the brick is odd, and not in keeping with the house that's there. My guess is it was added. And since we can only see the stair and part of the railing, I'm okay with it. I don't know that I need a view.
Okay. All right. And for me, I would just love to see some photos. I'm sure they exist, historic photos of the roof walk detail.
I could see if I could find those. We did. So I do
you have Nantucket then and now?
Yeah.
I'm
be there.
almost positive that this building is documented in there. Almost positive. Anyway, that would help us, have some backing for whatever you're proposing.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just to, so I do have the Hcc submission here, and it does have existing condition photographs. I'm not sure why it's not as part of this set.
Well, existing conditions, that's one thing, like what's there now, but I'd also like to see what we're replacing it theoretically to go back to a more historical.
Bingo. So we did submit all of the historic documentation that we could find, which was sandboard maps, any historic photos of the structure, and existing condition photos. I just wanted to point that out.
Are you saying that it's in this package now?
It is in the package. I think it was in the package. I'm not sure why it wasn't part of it, but we did submit it. So.
There's one.
So we only got it digitally.
There's 1880.
The original structures. I just
Are
wanted
the
to point
hedges
out
all
because I
staying?
was surprised we didn't submit an application on a project of this age, that we wouldn't submit historic photos or photos in general. I was super surprised, but so thankfully they are there. I don't know how much they're gonna.
That railing is weird.
Yes, yeah, it's very dense. It's kind of nice. But there is one photograph of the front stoop, the brick, which you had requested. It is fairly obscured by vegetation, so you don't really see it.
You don't see it at
But
all.
that's pretty much it.
Is
And
all
it-
that gonna stay when you do
That's
that
what I was gonna
nice
ask.
stoop?
I'd say that the perimeter plantings will be, but the plantings that are adjacent to the stoop itself will have to be removed and replaced. So they're pretty overgrown.
Yeah, and your landing is getting wider than the current one.
Yeah.
Can somebody make a motion on this for us?
Does it show the detail we're talking about for the roof walk?
There is a shot of
didn't see
the
it.
roof walk too, actually. Historically, maybe nothing with a high level of detail, but you can see if you zoom up to it, it is a panel. Well,
That's what's there now, which I agree with you, Matt, is not like the best rendering of it. And I think that there was probably something better up there that they just simplified down.
Sure.
But I'd love to see what was there before.
I'll see if we
Thus my-
can go through and find, I do think that most of what we have submitted as historic documentation is what's available, but I will definitely reference the sources that you suggested. And if there are additional photographs, I'll submit them.
So we hold for further information.
Sounds good to me, Diane. Let's try
Okay.
that out. On Diane's motion to hold for further information, Val,
Can you go to the 1910 one?
Aye.
very good. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
Oh, yeah.
and I'm in
Yeah,
favor
the
too.
Rolling
So
Hill.
that's that. Let's
Country
see. Well, now I know we have another applicant here, but why don't we stay on Matt for the NHA properties and, well, there's two of them.
I'm gonna sit off of those.
Okay, that's fine. So Carrie, you're in.
Okay.
All right, so 31 Fairgrounds, oh, I guess we knew this was coming, right?
What's coming?
What's coming is we, I think we initially removed the cupola from this
Yeah.
building and probably said like, without prejudice, you could come back,
That's
that kind of thing.
But they're
Yeah.
not framed
That's
up
my
or anything
recollection.
yet.
What?
Is it a little premature to come back?
Actually, the
No.
buildings are there.
The boxes are there.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
are,
they went
oh.
up within like 24 hours.
It's a miracle.
Wow. I'll have to go look.
Yes.
They're
You
modular.
just add water to this mix and next thing you know, you have a multi-unit housing thing.
Yeah, there's 4 units in those two buildings.
Do we
So-
have photos
So
of them?
with your permission, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair,
go
I can
ahead,
just
Matt.
briefly, so you're exactly right. So when we went through the HTC process originally, I think that there wasn't full support, or they became kind of a sticking point. And so we said that we would remove them and then come back for your permission. And, just generally, we feel that they do help set the tone for this location. Specifically, if you recall, and you can, what we try to do is come up with basically a story that there was a fairground on this property, ironically, and there's all these really beautiful historic photographs of basically kind of a horse track, if you will, a fairground. And so the intent with this development was to tell a story that there was some type of a fairground, and we've actually even got a kind of smaller version of a stone dust track. And these two buildings in particular are the ones that are closest, quote unquote, to the road. There is a large green between these buildings and the sidewalk, and it's right across the street, so we can see it from here. But we did feel that we do have a few buildings that are approved within the development, where one building is a barn. It's got the vertical siding on it in a cupola. There's also, quote unquote, a farmhouse that is intended to emulate a traditional farmhouse, as if whoever ran the farm lived in that structure. The barn was a functioning barn, and that these structures were basically stables. And so we just felt that the cupolas really supported that notion and that idea, and really will help give this development some identity and not make it look as if it's kind of a repetitive, I hate to use the word cookie cutter, but cookie cutter development, if you will. So that's why we're back before you. We really appreciate the board's feedback throughout the process. The project wouldn't have happened if this board didn't buy into the idea. So I just want to reiterate that we're incredibly thankful for all of your help to date. And we're back before you respectfully for just this one element.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
And so we have two applications for these two buildings that are connected.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
I'll go.
Yeah, that would be great. Diane, go ahead.
I think in this case, and I'm not big on cupolas, but I think in this case, they look good because I think it breaks the roof line up a chimney without having to put up a chimney. And if we're going on the concept that it is a copy of the old fairgrounds and stuff, I understand that. And we're going to have the solar panels with green stuff behind. So I think in this case, I could go with the cupola, and whichever, I guess both buildings, 1 and 8, with the vertical siding. I don't know. I think the vertical siding is worth a try. If we're going to say these are barns with the cupola, then the vertical siding would be good. That's what I think. That's
Okay,
what
so-
I would like to see if other people, what they thought of it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Diane. Was that siding painted or natural?
So I can offer some background on that. So previously, when we got it approved, the board requested that the dormers be shingled and the rest of the body of the buildings be vertical siding. Which,
Oh, yeah, I remember
and I'm,
that,
by the way, I'm totally fine keeping it that way. To me, I feel like the cupolas are like really critical. The siding part is less critical, I think.
Okay, so you're, in addition to the cupola, you're requesting for the dormers to be vertical siding in
Not
addition?
any longer, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, are you removing that from the equation?
So, pardon me, I tried raising my hand and I wanted to interrupt Matt's earlier comment about him not feeling strongly about the dormers being shingled and so on and so forth. As I'm sure you're aware, the cost of red cedar WP4 1x8, which is what this would be, has become breathtaking. And I think that we can achieve the effect that Matt wants, that I really admire, by keeping it on a lower level and keeping the shingles above. And Matt, if you disagree with me, say so.
I totally agree. I was going to say that
All right. So just so everyone's clear on this, we're only reviewing the cupola aspect of this application, and the dormer stuff will remain as is, which is white cedar shingle.
I think that is best.
Gonna save you some money, Billy.
It does. It's
You and
saving
everybody.
the occupants money. Yeah. Thanks.
Exactly. Okay. Comments from the board. Diane, you've gone.
I'll go.
Carrie, go ahead.
I remember.
Yep.
I remember thinking the cupolas were really appropriate on this building. I didn't sit on it originally, but I thought, damn, they took the cupolas off, because I thought the whole story was awesome.
Okay. So you're still in favor of them?
Still in favor.
All right. Fair enough. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll second Billy's motion. I think it's going to be appropriate. It is the story that was told, the pictures that were shown. I don't believe that the second floor shingled versus vertical board will be inappropriate. I know for a fact that there are several structures around the island that have this treatment, and they will not look nearly as, they do not look nearly as appropriate as this will. So I'm good with it.
Thank you, Stephen. Abby, your turn.
Yeah, I'm going along with the story. It's a nice story. But I did kind of like the siding, and I'm not a big one for siding. I thought it kind of, sort of added to the story about the
Well,
barn.
you're actually still getting the siding everywhere except on the dormers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that I think it would be nice on the dormers too. But what I don't want to see, and I know I'm just saying this because I know you're not going to do it, Matt, but just around the corner, you were doing that 12 division with a cupola on it. I don't want to see them up and down, Fairgrounds Road.
No, this is
Nobody,
different. This is-
nobody. No, I know it's
Yeah.
it's by itself there, but they're popping up. No pun intended. But I think I like the story, and I would vote yes.
Okay, I think we have liftoff. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve this cupolas as submitted, and the vertical board only on the first floor and the dormers shingled.
That sounds good. Thanks, Diane, on your motion. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. And by the way, that was for both of these applications. That would be 31 Fairgrounds Lot 1 and 31 Fairgrounds Lot 8. Okay, just to be clear.
Yes.
So both of them were captured in that one motion.
Thank you
All right,
very
thanks,
much.
Matthew. And let's see.
Thank you
You're
very
here-
much, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. Okay, so you're here for 52 Hooper? Is that, no. Is he coming? Oh, I'm sorry, Dave, you're on Zoom.
Yep, how you doing?
Okay, there we go. Okay, so do I have my regular board on this?
Think so.
All right. So you want to walk us through the new garage at 52 Hooper Farm and 52R Hooper Farms, beginning with just 52?
Yep, with 52, it's going to be same as the main house. It's going to be a modular construction on top of a stick framed garage. It's going to be a 1-bedroom apartment and a 2-bay garage. And 52 is going to be a gambrel garage matching the main house.
Thank you. Who would like to begin?
I think they're both appropriate to
Okay.
the houses they match with.
Okay. That was short and sweet. Thank you, Val. Who would like to go next?
I'll go. I agree with her. I agree with Val.
Okay. Great. Stephen,
Can you skip me for a minute, please?
what's that?
Ask that you skip me for the moment.
Yeah, sure. Abby?
Yeah, so this is back from the road. Looks like a pork chop situation with, we're not gonna see how wide that gambrel is over the 2 garage doors. So I think it's going to be back far enough from the road. Otherwise, it's a little chunky. That's what I got. Thanks.
Okay. Did I miss anyone?
Yourself.
Oh,
Well,
I'll go now.
Oh, that's right. Stephen, yes, right.
I just in kind, I wanted to say, I think we don't use the word chunk anymore. We use stout. And then,
Yes.
I just save you from having to do that, Mr. Chair. I think I agree with Gabby's comments. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can motion on both of these. Would that be fair?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Approve.
Uh-oh, jinx. Let's see, I'll take Val's on that one. So on Val's motion to approve both of these applications, one at 52 Hooper Farm and one at 52R, both for new garages, that's Val's motion to approve both. And on that motion, we have Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Great, and I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Thank
Thank you so much.
All right, now, we still don't have anyone from Chip Webster's office, right? Okay, so that, no is the answer, right? Okay, so can I have an official motion to hold 21 South Water for representation?
So
And we
moved.
can move on. Okay, that was
So
Abby.
moved.
No, Abby made the motion. So on Abby's motion to hold item 11, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Aye.
very good. Val
Aye.
and Abby on your motion.
Aye.
All right, and that motion carries. So that means we've held Chip Webster's thing. Now, oh goodness, we are along to old business of May 31st.
Wow.
Yep. And so 2 Candle House, I know there's been a number of letters written, et cetera, and there may be somebody in the, there is somebody in the Zoom. Okay. So board on this, I have myself, Abby, John, of course, is no longer here, Diane, Val, and Stephen sitting in for, well, actually, Stephen is an alternate anyway, so he would sit in no matter what. Those are all set to go. And, oh, I should have asked, do we have anybody to rep this?
Yes,
TJ? He's here, okay. Are these?
I'm here, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, TJ, hit it.
All right, this is 2 Candle House, infill of 21 Pleasant, on the corner there of Pleasant and Candle House. We've gone through a few iterations. Most of the concerns were with massing, and we've addressed that by reducing the width, reducing the height of the building. The secondary mass has been reduced to 1.5 stories. And we've also adjusted the roof type of the sunroom addition in the back from a gable to a shed. Grading was a concern each time, and we've addressed that by eliminating the retaining wall we originally proposed on the east side. And we're trying to work with the existing grade as much as possible, save for a flat area up in the front of the building and a flat area for the parking. We changed the massing to a 3-bay. And by the way, we've changed the front elevation to clapboard with shutters in this iteration. I think the only thing we didn't really address is on the west elevation. We wanted to hold out for the 4-bay or 4-panel glider, and we've added a screening privet hedge to mitigate any visibility from the road.
That it, TJ?
I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, how about Holly next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill within the old historic district boundaries. HSAB took a look at the revisions as you requested on June 6th. They said the proportions of the 3-bay facade are awkward. This should probably work better as a 4-bay. Clapboards are too formal for this street. The east flush dormer should drop down on the right side to read as a true dormer. And there is too much blank wall on the dormer, in the dormer. It needs more windows. The shed addition has too long a roof plane. This would probably work better as a hipped roof addition. The rear chimney is oddly placed and sized. A hipped roof might help this, or perhaps move the fireplace to the south wall of the gable. The drive retaining wall is unnatural and inappropriate. The grade should follow closely to the existing slope. And HSAB respectfully requests revisions if the commission is so inclined. Staff comments, all fenestration should be TDL within the old historic district. I did see some things that were proposed as SDL. So I want to notate that for the record and for you all. Appreciate the reduction in bays. However, typically 3 bays are not 2 full stories. A 4-bay would be more proportionately and better and historically accurate, typical Nantucket. The size of the dwelling did not change from 5 bays to 3 bays and is now disproportionate. Clapboard is too formal for a quote unquote alley street connecting Pleasant Street with North Mill Street, and that's per Clay Lancaster, an architectural historian of Nantucket. And so is the door surround. Make it more simple. As proposed, it is too ornate. The entablature is too ornate. You should make it simple, maybe like a simple mantle shelf. And there's simple examples of that throughout the old historic district. One in particular, I know on Milk Street. Same with the shutters, definitely not appropriate with a simplistic style. West fenestration needs work. Appreciate the reduction in height and lowering of the middle mass off the main mass ridge. However, the dormer is not appropriate, and I believe HSAB referenced that as well. Refer to 8 Mill Street around the corner, which is a typical Nantucket built in 1780s. That's a fine example of a 4-bay, very, very simple. There should be a central chimney with a proposed roof walk, as well as the rear mass chimney should be rethought. Appreciate the proposed driveway as cobblestone and reusing the existing cobble on site. The neighbor's approved driveway, which would be on 21 Pleasant Street, which this property was subdivided from, should also be shown, along with the details of the proposed fieldstone retaining walls. Privet hedge shouldn't be used to block the inappropriate fenestration proposed. And then I had a question, will the previous type 2 picket that used to go along the street go back in some form? And Mr. Chair, those are the comments. I did want to make a comment that we do have a butters in queue, and you all have received a copy of their comments to you all. Thank you.
Okay. One thing I wanted to correct, I think you said that it went from a 5-bay to a 3-bay without any change in the width of the gable. It has been reduced in width by 3 feet. Just FYI.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to hear from neighbors. If you could kindly unmute, of course, and then give your name for the record.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Warren Feldberg. My wife and I own 4 Candle House, which is next door. Our principal concern, and we had the chance to express this before, is with the grading associated with this project. The property really sits between 6 and 8 feet below the grade of the street. It really does slope down, and the proposal to us looks as if they've changed the grading of the property. The drawings show that the exposed part of the rear sits 3 feet below the level of the street. I'm not an architect, so maybe I have this wrong, but it appears as if they've built up the property by about 3 feet. The issue is that stormwater is a major control issue in this part of the old district, and we are concerned with the stormwater management associated with this property. There's also a fairly substantial retaining wall that's been built to support the driveway, and that only adds to the water management challenge associated with it. Hopefully that's clear. And as I said, this is this area is in the low part of the neighborhood, and today has a pretty substantial water management problem. And our fear is that without a plan to deal with it, it will only exacerbate the problem.
Mr. Chair, may I address some of those comments?
TJ, not just yet, but I actually was going to address them because there's certain things that I see on the drawing. But let's make sure that, Mr. Feldberg, I think you were finished.
Yes,
right?
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the queue who wants to speak on this application? Because I do want to address that grading because we're sitting here looking at the site plan and it's fairly clear to me what's going on. Anyone else in the queue want to speak on this application? All right, TJ, what we have in front of us is existing grade. Mr. Feldberg is correct, close, very close to being correct. So grade at Candle House Lane is 36. That is the existing grade contour that runs right in front of the house. Then the existing, like the lowest point in the back of the property is 29. So that's a delta of 7 feet. So there is a substantial amount of grade change. Now in the back, TJ has altered the contours, but the contour running around the back is contour 31, which is a difference of 5 feet from the road, which means that we're only filling 2 feet in the back. 30, 31, 32, 33. And you can kind of see that in the elevations. I just wanted to point that out for those of you who are concerned. And P.S., the board does concern, this board does concern themselves with grade change, but not for reasons of runoff. It's really more for reasons of neighborhood setting, appropriateness of fill, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, having said that, should I now go to the board and board members, just to be clear on this, myself, Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Okay.
Okay, Stephen, go for it.
Okay, hey TJ, but as you're probably aware, or maybe you're not, we've been reviewing 21 Pleasant. I bring it up only because it's immediate neighbor, and the grade there has been part of the discussion with respect to that application's changes. I believe looking at this site plan carefully that this, as it indicates, this is the proposed grading scheme. It's approximate. To the neighbor's point, subsurface drainage system may be required to prevent offsite flow, but that, as our chairman said, the offsite flow is not something that the HCC addresses. My concern, like with 21 Pleasant Street, is there's a dramatic change in grade here. I would want to see the actual over on the site plan with the overlay of the proposed clearly delineated cross sections in both directions of the site showing existing and proposed to show the fill. I'll also note that the 21 Pleasant application, and again, I only mention it because it's relevant to work that's going to be done here. They've withdrawn their grade change, or at least I've been told that when I was in the office by the applicant's agent. So that would mean that the retainage that's shown in plan view on the site plan, on the topo plan, is not accurate with respect to what will be required, because this grade will be raised some 4 or more feet, easily 4 or more feet. And in the adjacent property at 21 Pleasant, that grade is not changing. So there's going to be a need for more substantial retainage. I believe there's a need for more substantial with respect to the height of the retainage that's already shown. So I think those are important things, and I certainly would like to get that information. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh,
So
one last comment, if I may.
Yeah.
And then I'll clarify whatever it is you wanted to ask. I think that with respect to the architecture itself, if
Right.
this structure had a shingled front facade, and depending on the color with respect to shutters and trim, it could be appropriate. I note that a couple houses up along Candle, there is a one and a 3/4 almost story structure with clapboard siding. It's a semi-formal, and I think that this actually could look less formal than that structure if it were to be shingled. And did you have a question, Mr. Chair?
Well, you answered the question without my asking it. I was going to ask if you
there
had
we
any
go.
comments regarding the architecture as opposed to the grading, and you beat me to it. So
Thank
that
you.
was it. Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Let's see. Who's next?
I can go.
Abby, you go. Go
Can we
ahead.
go with can we start with the front elevation? So on the right-hand side, that way in the back there, that shed that comes out on the far right, that's way in the back, correct?
That's way back on the lot, correct?
Right. What bothers me about that, even though it's way in the back, is that it is so shallow and it has a shallow pitch and it doesn't appear historic. I wish it came in, and I wish it was steeper, and I wish it had a window in it, but I don't think that goes along with your agenda, but I just think it looks odd, sort of attached to the side. As far as the front elevation is concerned, I like the idea of the clapboard, and I just walked by the Quaker Meeting House the other day, and it's a wonderful putty color. And I think it's about, I'm not sure if it's a 3-bay or not, but it doesn't have the shutters. It has bigger windows, and it's a very simple facade. And I think that would look really nice there. Very simple, all one color with the clapboard, the trim, all sort of one of our grays, sort of a putty gray. And as far as the drainage is, I wish that, the neighbors can get together and do, as a sensitive gesture to each other, figure out the drainage. I don't, it's really not in our jurisdiction, but I understand probably why a house was never there. But, you know, maybe you guys can get together and figure out how to deal with the drainage. Other than that, I think it's a fine proposal. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you.
Just one
Let's
more
see.
thing. It's the front door, those aren't welcome steps, are they?
You mean friendship?
Yeah, friendship, I call them welcome steps if they go
No.
either way.
We added a return on the left side, so it's just a one-sided, I believe at this point.
Oh, okay, because there are no stairs.
It's just one friend, not two.
One friend, no, okay. So the step is where?
And we have this on a mud sill foundation, so we really dropped the height of the building. That's why there's only one step.
Okay, but it's off to the side. I think that most of them are just sort of front on, but anyway, that's minor.
All right, thanks. Val, you ready?
I have nothing to add that hasn't been said. Simple, simple, simple is always best. And more information on how the retaining ties in with the architecture. That's what's held us up on the project next door. You can't really separate one from another because they're so integral to each other's success.
I added some 3D views so it's easier to understand, but I'm not sure what else I could really provide on the retaining.
Well, okay, so the point that Stephen made a little earlier is, I think you were going off of the grade on the neighbor's property from which this was subdivided based on what they had in the HDC. Now, I wasn't sitting on that application, but according to Stephen, they have reduced or done away with completely the amount of fill that they were requesting, which will alter the amount of retainage on your property. That was Stephen's point.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So can we zoom in on the north elevation? So through you, a cross section that shows the existing, not the proposed, but the existing. This structure is can we zoom in a little bit more towards the grade area?
Yeah.
So this shows the rear.
I don't see what you're looking at. We don't have.
You don't have what? I'm sorry, Diane?
I don't have that. All I've got is the north elevation.
Well,
That's
that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. So for instance, here to clarify what would be helpful, this shows a section, but what it shows is the rear grade. It shows the grade at the front of the house. But literally, if you just take a look at what's on site, there's a much more dramatic change here. So I would want to see the fill rendered from the existing condition to the proposed accurately for each of the 4 elevations, so we could see what the change is, and then that should be reflected in the plan. And then, as our chairman stated, the idea is that the neighbor is going to, the grade is not going to be changing there on 21 Pleasant. So even the information that's presented here will be different as a result because they're not raising their grade.
Right. Got that, TJ?
Yeah, I would like you to consider our project as independent of what
No.
We thus far, we haven't let them influence our grading at all. So I don't understand the comment.
TJ, stop. They didn't just out of the blue decide not to change the grade. They decided not to alter the grade at the behest of this board. And so what Stephen's point is that if they're not doing any grade changing over on the other side, it's going to make your grade change more apparent via the retainage between the 2 properties. So, that's a fact. And Stephen wants to have more information on that. So
we're not really proposing retainage between the 2 properties. If you look at the plan, We have about a 3-foot return on the front retaining wall at the property line, but we're not retaining between the properties.
Can we please go to the site plan?
Yeah.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chair.
No, I know what you're going to show, and this is appropriate to be discussed. Definitely.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if I'm the only one who's concerned about this, I'll stop. But this is a dramatic change in the character of the neighborhood. So if I'm the only one, just please let me know, and I won't even continue.
No, keep going.
Okay, so could we zoom in on the
Oh,
center drawing?
You're not the only one.
No,
Okay,
so-
no, I didn't hear anyone else comment, so I wanted to make sure I'm not harping on something that, could we zoom in, take it up 3 clicks on the center one? Okay, so if you look at this structure that's proposed, there is off the right-hand side in the upper, the area labeled proposed 2-story structure, there's a bump out. That bump out is probably no more than 12 feet away from the corner of the adjacent structure at 21 Pleasant. The height of the grade from the top of foundation at 21 Pleasant is about 6 feet there. So if there's no retainage being proposed there, there's going to be a problem. So this is what I'm referring to, TJ, just for the point of clarity, for the purposes of clarity, that there is retainage that is going to be required if the neighbor is not changing their grade. And it's appropriate for us to address that in this application as opposed to a hardscape application where we would typically do it, because as Commissioner Oliver stated, the design of the structure and the retainage are integral. So that was what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Correct. Okay, so let's see, we still have not yet heard from Diane, I don't think.
No, you have not. I
Well,
think that
Diane
it's
wasn't,
very-
no, I'm sorry, Val wasn't finished, but I'm not going to allow her to finish. Go ahead, Diane.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. But we'll get back to Val in a second. I forgot that she hadn't finished.
I think that it's very important to get the amount of fill that's moving around and where it's moving around. The HCC has a limit to what they are supposed to be added to places, which is like 2.5 feet, not 6 feet, 5 feet, or whatever. And I have been following this carefully, reviewing all the different applications, and I don't see a specific amount of dirt that has come up or is slated to come up. They said, the gentleman said that they were not concerned with the water retainage, and it's not part of our thing, but we have to think of what is coming down from the Bartlett's old house to this house. And architecturally, at the moment, I think is running second to how to make the land appropriate for the house where it is and fits in to Candle Street house. And I agree with Stephen on the topo that we got, that I am following in here and have. I think that has to be settled as to what's going to happen, if there's going to be a retaining wall and all that stuff first, because it's very important to make the house fit in and fit into the area. So I'd like to get more information. I would like to again have the time to study it more, because the retaining wall subject to final design and all that business is hard, and the Feldbergs are right there beside this house, and I don't know whether their land is not changing as far as I can see, but the 30-foot goes in and the 31 goes in. It's all subject to working together. I think we need more information to see where we are. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val, back to you, sorry.
It was just gonna be maybe the amount of retaining should shift toward the street, and end where the parking arrangement is, and something different could be happening with everything from there back, and it might help with these issues.
Okay, thank you. So can I have a
Yeah.
motion from someone? I have nothing to add, by the way. All of the points have been covered.
A motion to hold for
I think
minor architectural revisions, site plan information to include existing conditions, topographic existing conditions, inlaid, cross sections of at the front of the home from left to right along Candle House, cross sections along the rightmost section of the house and the leftmost section of the house running perpendicular to Candle House.
Good, Stephen. And for Holly, can you add going back to HSAB?
Thank you.
And go back to HSAB.
Very good. Okay, so that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, let's see, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. Abby,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Robbie Newman, are you around? Oh gosh, what the hell? You know, I got to get new glasses or something. It's like, what? Yeah, no. Yeah, it happened the other day. Mirko was sitting up there and I'm like, who is that? And she goes, here I am.
Hey, this is live.
Okay, hey, so yeah, I'm just not used to being live.
Yeah, what a treat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back for Gingy Lane.
Very good.
Forever and a day to get here for various reasons.
So just while you're doing that, Robbie, we got Abby, me, of course, Diane, Val, and Stephen on all of your 1, 2, 3, 4 applications. Okay? Very good.
I believe we were very close to, there were some very minor changes requested for the main dwelling. And then we got on the topic of topo and grading. And so I brought in some clarification on that. And I think I included all that material.
I remember this from like months ago.
Oh, yeah, it's been 2-3 months.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think I included the grading information that was requested, which included topos from Dan Malloy, cross-section, streetscape, I believe, which I did for both the north and south sides of Gingy Lane. And I included all of that information in the main dwelling portion of these 4 applications.
So, you know, Robbie, now that I'm thinking back on it, did we see a big pile of dirt and you were just stockpiling, or someone was just stockpiling dirt there?
So what the owners did when they did the one that's being built right now.
Okay,
the one
not
adjacent-
this one.
The one that's,
Obviously.
well, on my site plan, the one adjacent to the left, right on the
Okay.
cul-de-sac.
Yep.
Okay, when they excavated that soil, those foundations, they placed the dirt temporarily on this site.
Got it.
Okay.
So that's what we saw, and I think the alarm bells went off.
I have a picture of that. It's the,
Well, so do we, actually. I think
Yes,
this, right?
that's the grading now. But on my cover sheet, because at the time of the application, that pile of dirt had not yet been moved.
Correct.
Okay, so the neighbor and perhaps Val supplied a photograph of the rough grading after Strang went up, removed the majority of that pile. I don't know where it went. Landscapers took it or out to the pit, I don't know.
Yeah.
rough grading showed a wave of dirt. It was pretty significant, no question. And yes, that's when the alarm bells went off.
Yeah, all right.
Okay?
Yep, it's
So-
all clear to me now.
Right. So, and then you asked for some cross sections, so forth, which I have provided in this portion of the application. The grading plan from Dan Malloy. And the streetscape photos. So I'm happy to clarify and explain anything, answer any questions, of course.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Robbie, thank you.
Mr. Chair, we do have a hand raised. Chris
Oh.
Beavis.
Oh, yeah, so Chris, are you unmuted?
I believe. Can you hear me?
Can we hear you?
Hello?
Okay, now we see you, and you don't appear to be muted. Just say something, see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's really faint. You might want to turn up your volume.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, well, we'll try.
Okay, well, I'll speak as loud as I can. My wife and I own the abutting house at 47 West Chester. And we're
Yeah.
the ones who originally raised the concerns about the grading.
Yep.
After the last meeting, the applicant actually went out in his Bobcat and reduced the apparent height of the grading, but did not affect.
Sorry, can't hear him.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Chris, sometimes it helps to cut the video portion. It'll give you better bandwidth.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, much better, much
Okay.
better.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
So my wife and I own the abutting property at 47 West Chester,
Yeah,
and we were the ones who originally raised the concerns about the grading.
right.
Since the original meeting, the applicant himself went out in a Bobcat and moved the dirt around to raise the apparent height, but it still left about a 3 to 4 foot elevation change between their property and ours, which is unengineered. I can't verify that's the same today, but I'm very concerned about this.
Okay. Is that anything that we can see in any of these photographs?
Yes.
Yes?
So
right?
Like
that
that?
does not show the grade change between 9 Gingy and 47 West Chester.
No.
Let me call up a photograph of that we took several months ago. One moment.
So Chris, what are you doing now?
I'm sorry. Well, I was trying to call up a photograph, but
Well,
I'm having
call
trouble.
up, but I think we still have control of the screen, right?
Right, I think that's why I can't.
Yeah, so, are we screen sharing? In order for you to, oh, you have your hand raised. In order for you to share something, Chris, we need to transfer the screen to you.
Yeah, I think I
Okay.
just did that.
Yeah, you just did it. We got it now.
Okay,
Yep.
so this is looking from 47 West Chester onto 9 Gingy. This is our
Okay.
rear hedge, which, as someone else had noted, is a cypress hedge which has been eaten by the deer, so there's not a lot of screening.
Yeah.
But you can see there's an unengineered grade change of around 3 to 4 feet there.
Okay. When was this photograph taken?
That was taken in early June.
Early June, so recently.
Well, fairly recently. Yeah, it was after the previous meeting and
Yeah.
after the applicant went out on his Bobcat and moved the dirt around again to make it look less apparent.
Okay. So your concern is that there's still a grade change there?
Yes, and a substantial one relative to the existing grade before he started moving dirt around.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Let's see if Robbie has a response to that. Robert.
Okay, so we have, am I bringing this up there?
Well, you know, it's interesting with a hybrid meeting, you can bring it and you can show it to two of the members, but the other ones are not going to be able to see what you're showing. Is it, you said it was part of your document,
Yeah.
so.
If you go to sheet, you can go on to sheet 1T.
Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get the screen back in our charge. 1T, got it.
Okay, this is. These are topos that were provided to us by Dan Malone. Okay, and I have the survey copy here. Okay, you can see that the grade goes from in the lower left-hand corner to 2930 is the high point, and that is the exact same elevation onto the property. Okay, I have photographs from the other side that show
Which neighboring property are
know.
we talking about?
Mr. Beavis is to the south of this, so he owns the lot with the north side plan indicator on it.
Okay.
So, and I think his photograph was taken down in that lower left-hand corner.
Okay.
Okay, but the grade, the majority of the property is the same elevation as his property. And I have photographs that show
Well, I'm sorry to contradict you, but this would appear, if I'm looking at the red contour intervals, I see 26 and 27 on the eastern side of his property up in the northeast corner. But then I see it going 28, 29, 30 onto your property. In other words, it's sloping up.
It's sloping up.
And then, to round it all out, it then slopes back down from 30, 29, 28 as you're approaching Gingy Lane. In other words, the middle portion of the site is like 2 to 3 feet taller than the periphery. Am I right?
That's the existing grade. So the grade as it goes from number 11 Gingy Lane onto this lot changes from 30 into the 30 zone into 9 Gingy Lane. And then it goes to the east so that all the water and drainage goes into the grain garden.
Okay,
so
that,
topo 28 and 29 shares the same topo as this parcel that we're talking about. So on the periphery, those are the same elevation. Okay, if it gets higher in the center from 11 Gingy to 9 Gingy, that's the grade.
Can I ask when this survey was done?
This latest survey was done sometime between the last meeting and over a month ago.
So it reflects the changes that have been made to the property since then,
right,
or before then.
right.
So it is not the existing grade.
Yes, it
The
is.
existing grade as it was modified prior to this.
I don't know when it was modified.
Well, I can tell you there was not that gradient on the edge of the property before the construction on Gingy Lane started.
Well, nobody changed the topo onto your property at all.
Well, no, he's not suggesting that. He's
Right.
suggesting that it's this site at 9 Gingy is bermed up vis-a-vis his. Now, whether that was a pre-existing condition or a new condition is,
But there's a significant Leland cypress thing there. Nobody graded into those trees.
Well, no, the Leyland cypress are just on the south side of that change of grade.
I don't know who the Leland cypress, do they belong to you or to the owners?
They belong to us.
Okay, so nobody. They were not affected.
Okay, listen, I want to get some opinions from my fellow board members on this. Do I need to go through who's sitting on this again? Abby, you're on it. Diane, you're on it. Val, Stephen, and me. Let's, who wants to start? Questions, comments?
I'd be more comfortable. I went out and saw the pyramid when it first was brought to our attention. But now I almost think I would feel more comfortable doing another view, simply because I can read the numbers. I see that there's 2 feet difference between the neighbor property and the proposed. But 2 feet doesn't seem like a lot, but in the pictures it looks really odd. So I would be better judging this from a view and standing
Site visit, like.
yeah, like standing there looking at it, like right
You can sort
at
of tell if it's new dirt or dirt that's been there for 2,000 years.
that's my opinion.
Hang on.
I
Okay,
think
Abby,
it would be good
thank
to get,
you. Go ahead, Diane. Yep. Diane,
no, I think it would be good to get another engineer's, right. I think it would be good to get another engineer's recommendation of what is there in contrary to what was there previously, because when I went to look at it, which was now some time ago, you could see the dirt that had been elevated to bring the house up. You could see it with your height lines that go from 28 to 30 and then up there, and then it drops down again. So you're putting the house up on a higher lot than what, because I don't think the elevation changed that much. 30 is it where the proposed dwelling number 1 is, if you look at the thing. So I'd like to see further information that gives us the thing. I would also like to know what the percentage is of building to green. I don't see that anywhere. I can't get to that. Is it 50%, 12%? What is the percentage of building to greenery? I think that's
One more
would be
comment.
important to know.
If I
Okay.
can make one more comment on the grading, I think it's important to look at what the grading was, not just before the application, but before the grading was modified during the construction of the.
no, we all understand that.
Okay,
That's
I
kind of the
apologize.
crux of what we're discussing right now.
I apologize, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Okay, Diane, you're good?
Yeah, I just would like to know that. Look at the buildings that they want to put on this lot. There's hardly a green space anywhere in between it. I'd like to know what the zoning is.
Well, I'm sure that Robbie's buildings meet zoning in terms of ground coverage. Now, it sounds like maybe you're talking not necessarily about ground coverage, but about hardscape versus softscape. Is that accurate?
Yeah, something
Yeah.
between the porch and the pool and the dwelling and the dwelling and the
Well,
dwelling.
it's not
there-
much of a landscape plan right now. It's just showing the outlines of the buildings, the parking and the pool. I mean, there's nothing else, no planting or anything. So I think that's probably going to be forthcoming.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I would like to see what the zoning is done, what we're
Oh.
running close to.
Okay, well, I can tell you
Because-
what the zoning is.
R1.
Zoning ground coverage allowable is 30%. And let's see, the proposed
we-
total. Okay, so Diane, not that this is actually germane to what we're discussing,
Yep.
but they are allowed to cover, according to zoning, they're allowed to cover 3,300 square feet. The actual number is 3230, so he's 70 square feet shy of the max. That's the ground coverage.
Yeah. I know this is not what we're discussing right at the moment, but it is something that has been in my eye since I've been looking at this, and it's just, I needed to ask.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Abby.
it is germane to the question, because if it's built out a lot, it means that the runoff and the water, I mean, I know.
Oh,
it's
Abby.
I'm just saying that.
But you know that the HDC, just from the last application we reviewed, does not concern themselves with runoff.
No, I know.
Listen, I'm sympathetic to that, but as a person sitting on this board, that's not really my purview. Anyway,
Right,
so
but that's
I want.
why we asked for more information
Yeah.
on dwelling too, because we didn't want to okay something that couldn't actually happen. So I think that's.
Okay, but
Right.
I'm not trying to discount anybody's views here. But Diane, I want to make sure that you've completed what your thoughts are. Have you finished?
No, I think the major thing is to settle the problem of. I think the major thing that I have is to settle the problem of what's been added, what is there, and
I
what's
think
going to
that's
stay.
at the core of
That's
this.
get
That's
into
at the
the
core of this
architecture.
discussion. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's see.
Right.
Thank you, Val. Have we heard from you? I kind of forget.
Are we commenting on the building, or are we just talking about?
We're commenting on everything here,
I
theoretically.
haven't heard anything other than retaining
Well,
them.
no, but I think that we were all feeling kind of comfortable with the building. And then the issue of this big pile of dirt came up, and it sort of like pushed everything in a certain direction. I will give you an opportunity to speak. I'll give you an opportunity. But so Val, anything?
I would just say what I said the first time. I think the dormers are kind of wide, the ratio between the windows and the I'm just drawing a blank today. You know what I'm trying to say. They're just kind of wide.
Okay.
I don't have a floor plan to say whether or not that's going to really affect what's going on. The front door is a 6 light and the windows are 2 light, so it probably should be a 4 light to match.
Okay.
And I don't believe we, as humans on the street, can see the rear elevation.
Probably not.
So that's all I have.
Okay. Stephen. Your
Thanks,
silence
Mr. Chair.
is deafening.
I am just gearing up here. So I agree with a lot that's been said. I think on the north elevation, the rendering technique, which I understand what it's trying to accomplish, could better address more accurately address the presentation of the architectural facade. So what I'm saying there is add some shingling under where the porch is, the covered porch, and to the left, and this starts to balance out more like a traditional Nantucket structure. I think that what would help is perhaps a typical header beam type fascia at the covered porch versus just terminating as a shingle line. That is also atypical. I'm kind of give or take on the dormers. I do think that they're a little bit wide, the 2 forwardmost on the north elevation. However, corner boards or perhaps some changes to the roof pitch, which is a 12/7, could change that. I don't disagree about the fenestration. I think something needs to better align with the number of lights in the doors and the windows. And I think that I would suggest that you all consider maybe a 6/1 might change the presentation of this whole facade with respect to overall proportions. Can we go to the next elevation, please?
Yeah, some elevation.
There, that's a good one, huh, Diane? I don't, I think that here becomes apparent the pitch of the roof on the dormers as potentially problematic. I think that it changes and skews from a typical presentation of this elevation. And well, I think the proportions of the rear roof plane versus the front roof plane are salt box-ish. That is being taken away from by the dormer roof pitches. On the east elevation, tracks the west elevation, tracks the fenestration. On the south elevation, tracks the primarily the fenestration. Obviously, the solar is not part of this application. Well, I will note, however, that this would meet our guidelines in the back of the structure. I won't forecast what I would vote, but I'll just make that note. On the grade, yeah, I think to be fair and even, it would be helpful to get a cross section through the site, through Mr. Chair, from Robbie, north to south, that shows us what was previously existing and what's proposed. When I say previously existing, I'm referring to prior to having been filled, and proposed, I'm referring to what the final hardscaping and grade will be. I will note though, you know, I spent a lot of time up in this area, and all of these homes, or nearly all of these homes, are raised relative to the street. And I would want to keep that in mind. I'm not suggesting good, bad, or indifferent with respect to what's been done there or what's proposed until I get the cross section, but I would definitely suggest we keep that in mind. To have one home or kind of in a hole there is not going to be in keeping with the character and setting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. And so I think that was it, except for me. And the only thing I want to do is go out and see the site and do my due diligence with regard to the grade. That's it. So should we hold this for some
I'll
revisions?
make a motion to hold for a site visit, and if Stephen, to Stephen's point about the grade changes, a cross-section would be helpful to show.
Okay, that's good. And of course, anyone who has made, had opinions about changes to the architecture, they should get rolled in there somehow, you know, revisions.
Yeah, I
Val
didn't
said
really
some
talk about
things.
the architecture.
Diane said some things. So.
It's not a lot.
What? Not a lot. Not a lot. Robbie, did you want to say something? Say something briefly.
Sure.
Thank you.
I mean, if I do a cross section from north to south.
I know you're. I know.
I'm going from 28.
But I know what the. But Stephen is asking for something a little different, which presupposes something that you're going to deny, which is that there has been fill added to the site.
I don't know what's there. I mean, I'm given the site plan, and that's what I'm working.
Well,
Dan's provided
I will certainly be able to tell just looking at the soil, whether it's filled soil or whether it's been there forever. So that.
I did try to give quite a few photographs that do show the difference between the neighbors. So
Hey, okay.
We didn't even get to.
One thing I didn't bring up is we could, architecturally, I think this is seriously close. Can we expedite this in some way?
Yeah, get us to it for Thursday.
Yeah. Like, can you get together architectural changes and site information before Thursday? If so, we can just review this. And
Probably not the site information.
how about Tuesday?
I could do the cross section easily.
How about Tuesday?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So why don't we just hold everything until Tuesday? Okay.
Just ask one clarification.
Yes.
You know, Stephen mentioned the pitch on the roof. Would you like to see it shallow?
Can't hear him.
Shallower.
Shallow.
On the dormer.
Actually, I shouldn't speak for Stephen, but
Can't
I
hear
think
Robbie.
he meant shallower.
Oh, sorry.
Still can't hear Robbie.
Just turned on.
Yeah. Just a shallower pitch, right, Steve?
On the dormers.
On the dormers.
Yeah, and just to clarify, if I may, through Mr. Chair, I'm not looking for additional site plan information. I'm simply looking for a simple cross section. I think it would benefit the review without being much of a hindrance.
Okay,
And I do-
sounds good. So why don't we move to, for some revisions, more information, site viewing for those who are interested, and we'll reconvene on this next Tuesday. Can that be somebody's motion?
So moved.
All right,
So moved.
Diane,
So moved.
thank you very much on that motion, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
By the way, let's do this first. Val says aye. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Now, can we also just, can we have the other ones just to track and also to be held on Tuesday, heard on Tuesday?
You don't want us to make any comments on them at all?
Robbie, refresh my memory. Did we already make comments on the other stuff?
No.
We held these for this discussion.
So should we just review these and give Robbie some
I think it
feedback?
would be fair.
Okay, let's do it then. Okay, so we know what we're doing with the house. Now we're to the second dwelling.
And actually, I would like to keep the solar as part of this, bundled into the.
What did you just say?
The solar was part of this application.
Okay,
but
so
it has to
what?
be
Okay,
separate,
we
right?
do it separately.
You changed back to separate now?
But it's always been that
separate.
way.
No. Sorry, several go through as part of the application.
I
I
don't
don't
recall
recall
anything
that.
like that.
They've been separate for years.
Yeah.
I have one. going-
Hey, listen,
Okay, yeah.
the solar is separate, but it
It
doesn't
might
sound
have
like
been
it's
on
going to
there,
be
but
a
it
big
wasn't
deal.
approved.
So we're going to review the second dwelling, right? Thank you.
Oh,
Okay. Robbie, do you want to explain anything, or should we just
No,
look it
let's-
over?
Yeah, let's just look it over.
Okay. Oh, wow. Fairly large guest house. Who would like to start on this one?
No,
Go.
because I did look at it earlier. First I have a question for Robbie. Are they purposely made to look different so it looks like two separate lots?
That's part of the concept, and the owner requested the gambrel, and just to give a little bit of variety to that side of the street. The other side of the street has a mix of different styles, and one of them was a gambrel, or is a gambrel on that side. So they thought maybe a little mix on this side would give a little variety.
Okay.
Okay, so it occurs to me off the top, right off the top, that this lot in particular is very unique to this subdivision because it's more horizontal than vertical, like the bulk of the houses across the street in the cul-de-sac. So by virtue of that, it's completely different to start off with. I think as a second dwelling, it's too big in proximity to the main house. I'm not sure how I feel about the significant difference of style, but it also, with the two different kind of windows, I'm just not sure. I get the idea because the other lots are long and skinny, so it would kind of emulate that. but it is large as a second structure on a small lot. And there is gonna be one in between. The gambrel proportion seems a little bit off. And everything, I think, in there, because I drove through there today, has like a more formal front facade, and with these doors being sort of 9-lightish, like a rear door or side door, I think that should be looked at.
Okay.
And the single dormer is rather large in width. That's all I have for now.
Okay, Val, thank you. Abby, you ready? What's that?
Sorry, I had trouble unmuting myself.
Oh.
I just, I don't quite understand. So this lot, there are two main dwellings on this lot?
Well, a main house and a second dwelling.
But they both look like main dwellings. I don't quite
Well,
understand.
that was to Val's point earlier, which is it's quite large as a second dwelling.
But the drive, okay, so, all right. I don't know, it's, the whole thing is confusing to me. Go to somebody else, please, sorry.
Okay, Diane, you ready?
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the proposed second dwelling is bigger than the proposed first dwelling. This proposed second dwelling is supposed to be approximately 25 feet.
22.
The proposed number one dwelling, I think, is 29. And I don't know what the proposed second dwelling is, but if you look at it at the site plan, that's what you see. I'd like to see some elevations because I'm tired of looking at the site plan. But you can see what the size is. I would be interested to know. Can we get an elevation?
Looks like 24.8.
That's right. That's correct.
It is 24.8.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The fenestration for this building, I think, as a secondary building, is heavy. They're 8/8, and it makes the building look not too big but too heavy. It's I see no additive massing at all. The roof breaks with before the left-hand little dormer there without any particular reason for it breaking. I don't know whether the dormer doesn't show that it goes up to the roof or not. I think that's kind of weird. There should be some sort of definition as to why the gap starts there. So that's the north elevation. Can I see another one? No, I guess not.
It's there. It's a different one.
Yeah, it's south elevation now.
Can you make? I don't have it. All I have is the north elevation. I could read it if it was. Now something is coming up very slowly. One more tweak. All right, there's the south elevation. Again, you've got too heavy amount of fenestration. You've got two sets of mulled windows on the first floor and the double in the shed on the second floor. They need to be reduced. The east elevation, I don't have a particular problem with it. I think it's going to call for solar panels on either side on that, both sides from what I see drawn. And do I have a west elevation? Not the south, the west.
It's on there.
I think it takes her a while.
Oh,
No, it's not.
it is.
It's coming
On what
soon.
we see.
Coming soon, Diane.
Pony Express.
So is Christmas.
So still no on the west?
Oh, come on. Yeah, I got the north elevation. Never mind. Never mind.
All right.
Anyway, it's got too many windows in it. The windows have to be treated more. And I'm not sure that this is the building to make 8/8, which makes it very heavy. And as a secondary building at 24 feet, I think that something like that should be thought of. I don't know whether anybody else feels that way, but it's for a second building. It's very long. There are no additive massing, and that particular funny break in the roof, I would like to know why. Okay.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, Stephen, you ready?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm just going to pick up in reverse order. I think what could help with the fenestration is, for instance, like I agree with Diane with 8/8s and 6/6s, but the making them 6 or 8/1s. I think what would be helpful is to get an eyeball on the street side elevation of the structure placed as it will be with respect to the primary dwelling. And I do agree that it's a little bit longish on the north elevation. I think if a jog were created to the left of the front door where between the two dormers and on the second floor and where the lattice is on the first floor, that would significantly break up the perception of the length. And I think that could be demonstrated well with the composite elevation of this in the main house. Other than that, I mean, I do note the south elevation is going to be viewable only from the evergreens behind it. There's no visibility. Perhaps a second floor from a distance from, can't think of the street that's going to be next to that. But in any event, I don't think there is one until you get over to like Westchester Street. That's got to be over 100 feet away. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Abby, you have anything?
No, I gave up. I don't understand the whole concept. I think I actually like this architecture better than the other house. But if this is the second dwelling, what everybody's saying is that it doesn't look like a second dwelling. It has a presence that is very much its own individual house.
Okay, thank you. So I kind of agree with everybody in terms of like the length of the ridge is long. It's a very long building as a second dwelling. It's rather high for a second dwelling. The other thing about the gambrel is the proportions of the chords of the gambrel are almost making it look like a mansard roof rather than a gambrel. In other words, we go to one of the sides. The bottom chord of the gambrel, quote unquote, is very steep, and the top chord is very shallow. So it starts looking like a mansard roof when you do that. So my preference, A, would be to tone down the trim. It's very heavy. And B, to increase the pitch or decrease the pitch, if you will, on the lower chord so that it looked more like a gambrel and less like a mansard roof. So what do you mean? Well, that's a mansard. A mansard roof is almost like the, yeah. So those are my comments. So should we have a motion for some revisions on this?
Yes, and I have a suggestion that I think is helpful. On the main house, if you go back to one of Robbie's pages, he did like a little streetscape, 2T. And it shows you the three structures being proposed side by side. I think that's very helpful.
Point of information through you, Mr. Chair. Where is that? I didn't see it.
It's on the main dwelling, page 2T.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, at the bottom.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to make a motion? Oh, did somebody make a motion on this?
Didn't we? Yeah.
Who made the
Thought
motion?
Abby did. Didn't somebody make a motion to hold for
Revisions?
revisions?
Was that you, Abby?
No.
No? Will somebody
will.
do it?
Maybe it was just in my head. That's my motion.
Okay, Stevens made the motion. to
I
hold
did
for-
it.
Oh,
There you go.
Diane did. Okay, so Diane has made a
Good.
motion to hold for revisions. On Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Abby.
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. So should we keep going on this pool and hardscape?
Well, there's another building.
Well, do you want to skip down to that?
Why don't we make the pool and the hardscape track? Why don't we make the pool and the hardscape track with the buildings?
Okay, and should we review the garage studio? Yes. All right, let's do that then.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, Robbie.
Okay.
Okay, so hopefully we can give Robbie some pretty quick, succinct comments on this garage. Anybody ready to start? Not yet.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Can we, is there any way you can pull up the street side elevations that Val mentioned?
You gotta go back to the original.
Yeah, that was in the other application.
No, okay, skip it. I do apologize. I didn't see those at the bottom of the sheet. Those are very helpful.
Right there it is. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we zoom in on the lower left quadrant there? Take it up 3 clicks, please. Okay, so the only thing that really jumps out at me is that the gable to the right side, which is going to be, if I'm correct, your west elevation, if that top plate were lowered slightly so that the eave broke below the eave of the main roof and the ridge were lowered, those are my only, that gable window may be a little large on the second floor, but not by a whole bunch. And those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
Go.
Val's going.
So with that in mind, if it's going to correlate with the window, the main building on the right, I think the door, the man door should be a 4-light. And I'm not sure about how you could maybe take the horizontal bar out of the doors. So they were just vertical, I don't know. Just something to.
Horizontal bar.
So in the doors for the garage, it's like 8 lights. Instead, make them 4, so they're.
We'd have to shrink, well, either
No,
they'd be.
no, just take the middle bar out and they'll just be long,
Ooh.
skinny windows.
Oh, I think you're trying to get them to look like 2/2s, right?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's it.
Okay, Diane?
Yeah, could I see an elevation of the garage?
Well, there's the north elevation there now.
No, I have 9 Ginsey Lane, the same old site plan. That's all that I have on my board, because I know what a elevation looks like.
Sounds like a technical issue.
Maybe that's true, Steve.
No,
But
I mean,
there
I'm
it
saying
is.
it, yeah, it
So
sounds like
get
there's something not.
somebody else.
Okay, so Diane, just FYI, well, oops, I spoke too soon. I was gonna say that the 4 elevations were on and they might be coming to you soon. But Abby, assuming that you can see it, do you have
There
any?
they are.
Yeah, I can, I mean,
I can see
No,
them now.
okay, sorry, Diane, go ahead.
Go
No,
ahead,
that's
Diane.
why you go. I just said that I've now got the elevations, huh? I think the south elevation is okay. The windows should be as I guess Val said, should correlate more with the windows. And I can't see the other 2 elevations, but I'm sure they're close to that. Thanks.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby, your turn.
Yeah, so I
And
just
it's the
find,
right height.
right, I find it's a confusing site. I think there are too many styles, too close together. And I don't really understand what's going on. So I think the gable forward with the man door and it's too much going on. There's no place for your eye to rest. And it looks like a small development. So I think if you want to have something there, it has to be so simple to tie this together, and it's not. It's saying, look at me, I'm a new style. So there's no place to sort of rest your eye. Thank you.
All right, Abby, I actually like the idea of simplification of this building. It doesn't need the pent roof over the doors. I like Stephen's suggestion of taking that west gable and dropping the eave down. Yeah, that's it. Let's see what we can do with it. Can we motion for revisions on this guy?
Motion to
moved.
hold.
Okay.
So move.
All right, no, Stephen got it first. All right, so on Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So let's have the pool and the hardscape to track, okay? Motion on that.
So moved.
Yeah. I made
Okay.
that
But-
motion. I make that
Nope, Stephen just made it. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane. That was an aye, I think.
Aye.
There you go. Abby?
Aye.
Yes, it was an aye.
Okay, great. Abby, you were in?
I was in. I'm in.
Okay, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, thanks, Robbie.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, see you Tuesday. Okay, Val, do you want to do your thing here? 7B, well, it's not, is it going to be complicated? Let's get something going here. Okay, myself, Diane, Stephen, Carrie.
No camp?
What?
No camp.
No camp on this one. Myself, Diane, Stephen, Carrie. Yeah. Okay. What do you have to say
Thank
for
you.
yourself, Val Oliver?
This was heard.
About a year ago?
No.
2 years ago?
On April 26th, April
Okay.
26th. And basically, I came away feeling very positive. There were just some adjustments that needed to be made to the additive mass. I didn't change anything on the south, except that I moved the arbor over on the hedge. So primarily, the side that evoked conversation was the west on the left. And prior, I had a much narrower additive mass there. And that was most of the concern. So I've widened that out and made the windows a more regular arrangement. On the second floor of the rear mass, I eliminated some windows. I had 2 sets of double windows, which emulated what's actually there now, but we spread them out. And there were no concerns about the rear and the right, so there aren't any changes to be seen on those. It was mostly the south and the front. And I think, Holly, did they see it again, HSAB? Because I had those comments too. I
Okay.
took into consideration.
So why don't we listen to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1839 typical Nantucket. HSAB took a look at the revisions on June 6th. They said that the 2 windows facing south in the addition are too squeezed in. A single window would fit better and relate to the one above. The panes in the French door are too narrow. The hipped roof needs an exposed porch beam above the posts for more appropriate detailing. And that was a comment they had last time as well. From staff comments, by widening the additive mass towards the street, the middle window on the west is removed. Wanted to know, are you reusing those existing windows?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. It wasn't clear. Thank you. Are there any windows that are being actually replaced, quote unquote, or basically where you can, you're reusing, and then wherever you don't have existing windows, you're putting new? If that makes any sense. Okay.
And let me see, because I thought I had numbered them.
I do appreciate the other changes. I did want to mention that on the rear, just for more of a clarification's sake, I know you just mentioned that you didn't have any changes based on comments from the last time, but it reads as if there are no changes to the proposed, to the overall structure on the rear.
Okay.
So from clarification perspective, being that this is a historic structure, you want to show existing conditions versus proposed, but that's more of a semantics than anything.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Those are comments.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe we're putting new windows.
Okay, so
They're
basically they're all
yeah.
awesome.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Who would like to start?
True divided light.
I'll go.
Thank you, Carrie. Go ahead.
I agree that on the south elevation, it should just be 1 window on that first floor.
Bingo.
The door doesn't bother me so much. It's on the back, it's under a porch. If you need to just have a 4-foot French door, I think it's not visible, so.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's, I agree with what has been said, the door and whatever. Other than that, I think it's an attractive building and looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
I agree with Carrie and Diane.
Okay, and I agree with Carrie, Diane, and Stephen. In other words, the only thing that I think really
window
could
on the
stand.
front.
Yeah, exactly. You know, have one there. It would be,
Okay.
it would
So
be
moved.
fantastic. Okay.
Through staff.
So we're really only changing that one window, right?
Yeah.
That was the consensus view. Okay, so this is being approved through staff with the double window on the south elevation, the proposed double window going to a single window to match the one above it. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that concludes our regular business for the evening. Let's see, do we want to do any, and now a word from our sponsor.
I could make John's motion.
Well, no, we're not going to do that just quite
Don't we have
yet. Aren't we gonna approve minutes here? Yeah, can somebody do that
We
for me?
approved minutes June 7th and 9th.
Very good. So Diane's motion is to approve the minutes of June 7th and June 9th. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Can you come back to me in just a second?
Wow.
Funny.
So Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Stephen?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. What are the dates of these minutes?
7th and 9th of
7th
June.
and 9th.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Terry, are these the amended versions of the 7th?
Yes, they are. The amended set went out the last time I shot out all the minutes. So you should
Excellent.
have,
Thank you.
yeah, they include your changes.
Thank you. I'm an aye.
All right, and I am too, so motion carries. Now we can, John, can I have a motion, please?
A motion to adjourn.
Okay, John, thanks for the motion. Let's see. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Thanks, John. Okay, thank you, everybody, and thank you, staff.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Double window. Were you on this one? Yep. Val's, you want to just sign it and then I'll finish the verb? It just keeps getting